Huh. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been on for a little bit, but was just basically trying to figure a few things out. You son of a bitch. I only seem to be getting gaming bandwidth. Hopefully the stream seems okay. Probably look like I'm gonna hurt my neck playing with this. I should have mounted the TVs just a little bit lower. Why does this still say it's live? Some old shit. Wow. Kudos. Looks like I'm gonna have to take off to where the battle is raging and sweep them as I go. A little cruise. Am I going the right way now? Sort of. I'm not. This is just wrong. I crash landed on one of their fucking pads. Did he just... Can you lower and increase? What the fuck just happened? Crash land in the war zone. Should have tried to use that beacon. Who the fuck? Where are the threats? No. Ah, by the gun to the side. Must have gotten the guy that was trying to heal me too. So I'm not really spitting a high enough caliber to be able to do much about those. It hurts. Oh, it hurts. Guy just drives. One of those. You can put mechs, like max suits in the back of those. And he keeps on talking. He's like, New York's really just screwed right now by this coronavirus stuff.
Very, very urgently, and also in a way we've never had to do before. And so there's a lot being worked through. We'll have more
oh, come on.
all of that, in the coming hours as we have more detail.
Next we have Rosa from the city.
Oh my god.
Good.
What the?
I don't understand why they're still
That thing's gonna get there from behind us. Was I really shooting so high? Oh, jeez. Why can't I? Oh my gosh! I'm gonna die! Ah!
Very clear. If any construction worker is sick, they should stay home. If anyone gets sick on the job,
I mean, what was I supposed to do? Guy's got some serious rock climbing tires on that thing.
That work because it is outdoors, because
I want to break free. What was holding me back? A goddamn tractor? What? How did I suicide?
But there's a lot of other things being worked on that are
sprained my ankle running or something.
this crisis, and we will be playing
Jeez.
the long game as Commissioner Shea said. So, as I understand it, that is the state guidance at this moment, and I believe it is the same in California. But it's something we're going to monitor all the time. And if there's specific sites we don't think are
See if the
safe for
Sunder is
specific
any
reasons, we always retain the right to act
better
on
for
those. If there's
sniping.
any particular site you know of, we want to
Oh, come on.
so we can do follow-up inspections right away.
Yeah, I do, and I've passed them on to DOB, but just to follow up, I understand that the state does not make any differentiation between essential construction that, is supposed infrastructure and things that are, like I referred to, the offices, the condos, I talk to people who are in corporate offices right now.
What the?
Within the parameters of the state pause order, that is still has value. So I am moved by your question to say we need to look at any individual situation that might need to be treated differently, and I certainly think it's a very important conversation for us to have with the state about whether we want to think about different type of construction. But I'm not offering personal opinion. Is
that a friendly sniper up there or not? Friendly. He's a planet.
This coming week, but Rose, I'll say to you and all your colleagues, any rule, any approach that will change by the day, depending on changing conditions.
Next week,
Yeah, thanks for taking my question, Mayor.
Come on.
I just wanted to go back to the possibility of closing some streets to vehicular traffic. Are there any details under consideration at this time, like the number of blocks, or which parts of the city?
What I need to do right now is try to get a beacon on there.
A helpful example.
Tell me anything?
To look at, but I want to emphasize,
No, it
Sean,
does
we are
not.
acting I wish I could describe to you what we are all doing in terms of the day-to-day, hour-to-hour, constant decision-making, constant adjustment. Feels like our lives are one
Where? Oh shit.
But at the same time, only to this point, we are constantly making changes and updates. So what I'm being blunt about is, here's how we're starting this coming week. We're starting this coming week with a focus on parks
Located
and
an enemy
playgrounds.
spawn point.
That's where you go, and streets are open and running. But we're going to see how that goes.
Where's that guy
We're gonna see
shooting
how
from?
people come out and how they handle it. If we think it's smart to open up some alternatives, we're only going to do that when we have a clear plan.
Oh shit.
New places for people to congregate with no enforcement. That would be absolutely contradictory to the state order. So one thing at a time. We do not have a specific plan for those streets yet. I want to affirm that there is no specific plan. There is no order that's been given. But we are going to consider it.
Got it. And just briefly, can you say who is kind of right now? Taking it to your office, DOT.
Damn.
Is city council involved? Can you say who the players are?
Hit him twice.
Yeah, I mean, it's since all of this is kind of run and gun, obviously, because we're dealing with an ever-changing
We lost the
crisis.
Sunders that were over there.
Certainly, we're going to work with
Looks
the
like
city
this
council.
biolab
We've had a
assault's
lot of good
going pretty
ideas. We wanna
strong.
hear with them, and they understand their communities. We're going
See if I can get.
sports. I think parks obviously has a lot to say, but I'm really saying health commissioner and police commissioner could be the first step from that discussion.
What the hell? Watch your head up here. Come on. Oh, you son of a shit. Goodness.
Prices that an idea is out there. If an idea is out there that I think is
Well, let me spawn on that beacon I placed.
period, we're not doing that.
Or were they able to shoot that right away too?
In the foreseeable future. If an idea is a good and interesting idea like this one, I'll say we're going to consider it. But I don't want people turning "we'll consider it" into, oh, this is definitely going to happen, because a lot of stuff is not going to happen in this kind of environment. Or we may like an idea, but may turn out to be not workable, where we have really sharp health and safety imperatives that we have to meet. So definitely will be considered. Stay tuned, but not happening now.
From the Washington Post.
Hi, recognizing that the strategy to
Got him.
Woohoo! Frontline city workers, NYPD, FDNY, also I guess private EMS, who are non-symptomatic, with the idea that you could take them out of circulation and avoid spreading the virus throughout their ranks.
I think, again, I suspect what the commissioner is about to say is community spread. And again, the whole reorientation we've had to go through with a changing reality with how pervasive this disease is becoming. But Commissioner Barber.
Right, so the recommendation would be the same. We're not going to be testing asymptomatic individuals, individuals who are symptomatic. We want to make sure that they take themselves out of excuse me, out of circulation as quickly as possible. The reality is that the best way to avoid propagating the illness is to ensure that symptomatic individuals stay home, limit their outside contact to only the most essential activities. If they have someone who can go outside,
Don't go outside, everybody! You're gonna fucking die! Oh no!
Individuals that 80% of the folks who do develop symptoms will have mild symptoms.
I'm pretty sure we are
Usually within about
just
7 to
in
10
like
days,
the
those
beginning
symptoms will
of this
resolve.
stuff.
We want people to then come back to work 7 days after onset of symptoms. 3
I mean,
days
just
after
trying
the
to
fever
really
has
get
gone,
over it.
whichever is longest. But the
Or was
most
it the one thing that
important
communism was
thing is
actually
to
good at,
symptomatic
was being able to lock down and
stay out of
control the
circulation.
people,
Whether or not
as well as all of the
responders
security
to
state
the
stuff they have to be able to, you know,
reality is that
just
when
track them
we've
down
got
and...
widespread community transmission, it's implicit that anybody you can come in contact with who is not one of your household members, you have to assume that they are symptomatic, and that's why we want to make sure that people stay at least 6 feet apart.
Shana, I'd also say, you know, we're still in a situation of tremendous scarcity with testing. If that situation changes, again, I don't think they'll ever have the same strategic impact it would have, you know, a month or more ago.
Got quite the flight.
But,
Everybody buckle
I
up
think it's
and
a
enjoy the
common
in-flight
sense
movie.
The commissioner can speak to this, that, you know, if you had endless testing capacity, you still have the challenge that negative today could be a positive tomorrow. And I think the symptoms, at least I believe, Commissioner, this is what our healthcare leadership believe. Since the jury's still out on asymptomatic transfer, the symptomatic people are the folks that we know for sure there's a concern, much greater likelihood of spread. And that is dispositive. Someone's symptomatic, they're symptomatic. I mean, that's something we know tangibly in a way that even testing might not give us the clearest picture of that. I'm trying as a layman.
Right, no, I think that's a good point. I think for the foreseeable future, I don't see a scenario where we get real-time results back. And so any delay in someone taking themselves out of circulation, then
I'm not gonna get out of here.
Great. Sydney
That
was
AA.
Just going back to the releasing people from city jails that I know a few people have touched on here. You said that you've identified another 200 that you hope to release, and so I know that the Board of Correction has identified hundreds of people who are older than 50 with underlying health conditions in jail for technical reasons, but 551 of those are in DOC
We need
custody,
Sunders up
serving
at
a
that
city
point.
sentence of 1 year or less, or under 1 year for low-level offenses. And my understanding is that they've called on you, the mayor, to use your executive power to release those people. That's 551. So where are you getting the 200 number from? And could you elaborate a little bit on how many people you hope to be able to release beyond those 200?
Sydney, no. I'm going to be straightforward with you. We do not have a magic number at this point. This is something we've never dealt with before. And Commissioner Shea, First Deputy Mayor Houlihan, his Chief of Staff, Freya Real, Liz Glazer, Director, Office of Criminal Justice, we're all trying to create a new approach here from scratch. We're all talking rapidly. We're constantly trying to figure this out. There is not a perfect target number. The Board of Corrections letter gave one interpretation of reality.
I can't get up that.
But I don't think it was the most complete explanation of what's really going on.
Shit.
In those categories, there are real variations and real differences from inmate to inmate in terms of criminal record and other factors. So it's just not bluntly as simple as that letter portrays. The group of 200 is the next pool, if you will, of people we are considering. I am not saying we're going to release X amount or Y amount. I'm saying we have 200 we're looking at right now that we're going to decide by tomorrow, and then it's just going to be constantly rolling. But we have to do, I think it's a very complex equation because we need the right kind of monitoring and supervision to make sure that's there. We need to ensure that people releasing we feel relative comfort are not likely to reoffend or do serious crimes, because we have to balance all of the factors here, and the health conditions of people, absolutely crucial factor. But there's a deep concern that we not create a situation that we are uncomfortable
Is
with
there-
the ability to know what the outcome is. Create a new problem trying to solve an original problem. And we have to take the public safety elements into account. It's very thorny in this scenario, but what we know is that
So just to follow up on that, the latest understanding I have is that there are 38 people
Oh, motherfucker.
positive for the virus in city jails. That's a combination of staff and detainees. And so I'm wondering, do you know the extent of
I don't have that information. Commissioner Margot knows that those likely to be on by groups. I think obviously in America we know the number of people.
Too many.
Obviously, as with the whole city, there are going to be some people.
Too many fucking rockets.
We don't have a perfect model for this. We know it's an urgent matter. Incarceration. So this is a
Come on, we're not.
very, very quickly. But we're all working together to make decisions quickly. When we think there's a particular
Oh.
I wanted to ask two questions about the testing priority. One of them is just based
Yeah, 'cause there's not much you can do to that thing. It's not what the loadout I had.
People under 50 who have been
Oh, my
confirmed,
beacon's
it
gone.
comprises 56% of the confirmations. I'm trying to understand, given the
Can
criteria to get tested, how so many people under 50
Oh, it looks like they're moving in
have been
to East River.
tested.
Just gotta wait for the
at
Sunder
this
to
point,
deploy.
Because I thought the initial criteria was being over 50 with preconditions, and now it's largely people who are either hospitalized or might require hospitalization.
He's driving that bitch right up in there.
Correct. So, yeah, I guess why would so many people under 50 have been tested at this point?
I'll start and I'll turn to Commissioner Barbeau. Yoav, I think, you've seen it that in the course of the last few weeks, we've been rapidly evolving.
Just pop
and
it, come
changing
on.
from a situation where it seems like a very quaint time long ago, but it was only a few weeks ago, where we were still trying to get testing in when it could have had a more strategic
What is it, because it's not a squad,
impact.
Sunder?
We talk about, a handful of cases in a day. I think it's fair to
That
say
one's
that
way
the
over there.
testing, prioritization has changed radically over the last
That sucks.
days in particular. And remember that a lot of folks early on were getting testing, from different parts of our community without that prioritization. So I think that's part of it.
Where is this one at, though? I'm curious.
What we're seeing again
What we got going on here?
on the difference between who's been tested versus who's been hospitalized is striking.
Oh, damn it.
And obviously who is in most danger in terms of, preserving their lives.
It's like you gotta
The fact
duck.
that 35% of the hospitalizations are folks over 70, more than 3 times the representation of that group. In the
I am not the right
population.
class. Crap,
The
I was
fact
supposed to
that we've seen no
spawn his
deaths in
recon.
people between 0, birth, I should say, and 44 years old. It keeps confirming that we need to shift as much of our focus as humanly possible to protecting folks from different parts of our community without
Like
that
themselves.
prioritization. So I think that's part of it. What we're seeing again
I got stuck. Oh no.
on the difference between who's been tested versus
Stuck
who's been
on the
hospitalized
rock.
is striking.
Those rocks, they're
and
deadly.
obviously
They'll get you.
who is in most
Get you every
danger
time.
In terms of,
Some of them you just can't
preserving their
bypass by
lives.
smashing that
The fact
space
that
bar. You have to press F to pay
35%
respects.
of the hospitalizations are folks over 70, more than 3 times the representation of that group in the population. The fact that we've seen no deaths in people between 0 and birth, I should say, and 44 years old. It keeps confirming that we need to shift as much of our focus as humanly possible to protecting folks who are older and have those pre-existing conditions. Now, I'll say it, and the commissioner will say it better than me. There are people under 50 with pre-existing conditions that we clearly are concerned about, and that's a group of people that obviously there are situations where they absolutely need to be tested. But I think the answer is that where we started, a few weeks ago versus where we are now, it's a much tighter prioritization now, and I think as you see testing levels going forward, they will follow that prioritization more and more.
I think that's right, Mr. Mayor. We, through the course of the changing nature of this outbreak, have been adapting, if you will, to the changes that came down from the CDC in terms of testing recommendations. I think that there are a lot of people who, in the early period, were getting the message, get tested, get tested. We're trying to change not only provider behavior, but also New Yorker behavior, and having people feel comfortable with the fact that as we are in a greater proportion of people having COVID-19, meaning widespread community transmission, that the importance of being tested goes down ever more unless you are in one of those priority categories. And even though we've said, greater than 50 with those 5 pre-existing conditions, I think the reality is that there are many New Yorkers who may be less than 50 and have those chronic conditions. So I think what we're seeing is a shift in changing behavior between New Yorkers, providers, and the availability of testing. And so my hope is, and we're trying to put measures in place, that over time we will see an increase in testing of older individuals and a decrease in that younger age group. Though certainly it is up to provider discretion if they have patients they feel are not getting better. Because again, we don't want to completely discourage people from getting tested if indeed they are not getting better after 3 or 4 days of being home sick.
Okay, thank you. And just along the same lines, real quickly, it was a photo by my colleague David Goodman, our colleague, I should say, outside of Elmhurst Hospital, people waiting to get tested in the tent, and it looks like there's a good 50 to 80 people out there and standing in line. And this was after the change that focused on testing the folks who are hospitalized or kind of severely ill who might require hospitalization. So I guess my question is, am I to assume that everyone out there, meets that criteria? And if so, I guess I'm just wondering if that is
I guess if I can cross the street, maybe get to the other side of the bridge, even if I just tuck it in like here or on this side.
I don't, we're trying our damnedest to take an immense amount
I
of
think
information
somewhere
and make
there
it clear,
or
and
there.
sometimes I think we don't fill in the blanks as well as we need to, so I'm glad you raised this.
Look at all this XP I'm getting for Sunday spawns. They must like where I'm at.
Nailed it really as clearly as it needs to be. Priority people. That means, folks who were really worried about their fundamental health and their potential, obviously, of severe ramifications. That's not, generally speaking, folks who are younger and healthier, but folks who could easily end up hospitalized or, God forbid, even in danger for their lives. That's one of the priorities for testing. And the other thing that we've said over recent press conferences is to relieve pressure on emergency rooms appropriately, where people are coming in with specific situations.
Yes. Spawn on my Sunderer. We will fight the battle here.
Will be overloaded. We have folks outside emergency rooms who are turning away folks who do not need to be there at all, or diverting them to other locations. So Mitch will speak to that, but I also want to Mitch and everyone, we're serving people if the wrong kind of lines develop. We understand there will be lines some places.
My Sunder has created a front line right there.
In some places, or to get tested, lines need social distancing. We don't like lines at all. I think Dr. Barbeau does not like any kind of line, but if you have a legitimate line, we need social distancing in the line. And there may be times when PD, for example, says about something, we don't think this is a smart way to do this line, and we want people to go away and come back later, and there's different ways we'll deal with it. But for that specific situation, let's presume our friends at Health and Hospitals will be very careful to do line management. Mitch, Katz, please explain for that line why folks there are being tested and how that fits with keeping your emergency room going.
Yes, sir. When we opened up the tent, we gave tremendous relief to the
Hammerish with
emergency
an hour left.
department so that they could focus on the sickest patients. Those patients were previously coming forward, and of course, everyone has to be assessed because some people really do need to be emergency care. But the tent has allowed us to have them be mild illness to be assessed in a different place and not take up the emergency room time. I'll add that in that picture your colleague took, you'll notice that the people online are all wearing masks. And we give people who are standing on that line a mask in order to decrease the chance that they will cough or sneeze on anybody else. And of course, it's also much better for them to be online in the outside with the free air than sitting in a waiting room in a closed hospital.
Well said, Dr. Katz. With that, thank you, everyone. I hope we were able to share a lot of helpful information, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so that was Mayor Bill de Blasio. Long briefing, talking to a lot of members of the media.
Oh yeah. Some shit's about to get fired up.
Along with Vice President Mike Pence and many other leaders of coronavirus White House task force.
So fucking dumb.
You are watching live right here on coronavirusnow.com and all over the world.
So fucking dumb.
We are now moving a little bit earlier. Governor Cuomo of New York state of mind before we get out live.
How can I fix this? Come on, work that wing up there. Work that wing up there.
And that is an obvious problem. And that's what we're dealing with. You have the nation's role in this situation. You also have the state's role. This is what they call an emergency management situation. There are rules for emergency management. Who does what? Basically, the state governments, local governments manage an emergency unless the emergency overwhelms the capacity of the local government. And then the higher level of government takes over. That happens even on the state level. A city will be in charge, a county will be in charge, unless it overwhelms their capacity, and then the state comes in and takes over. The federal government has made a decision to leave the states in charge of deciding quarantine procedures, whether to open, whether to close. That's why you see New York taking certain actions, Illinois taking certain actions, different states taking certain actions, because the federal government thus far has said
this is so bad.
Different situations in different states. Let the states decide, dependent upon the number of cases they have. And I think that has been right to date. That could change, but it's been right to date. However,
I think if I can give myself a long enough runway to maybe get some thrust,
the states
I might be able to.
Manage it. This state cannot manage it. States all across the country can't manage it. Certainly the states that are dealing with the highest caseload can't handle it. But you're hearing it all across the country from states. They just can't deal with finding the medical supplies that they need. And that's why I believe the federal government should take over that function of contracting and acquiring all the medical supplies that we need. Currently, when states are doing it, we are competing against other states. In some ways, we're savaging other states. I'm trying to buy masks. I'm competing with California and Illinois and Florida. And that's not the way it should be, frankly. Price gouging is a tremendous problem, and it's only getting worse. There are masks that we were paying 85 cents for. We're now paying $7. Why? Because I'm competing against every other state, and in some cases against other countries around the world. Ventilators, which are the most precious piece of equipment for this situation, they range in price from $16,000 to $40,000 each, and New York State needs 30,000 ventilators. This is just an impossible situation to manage. If we don't get the equipment, we can lose
Is it
lives
possible to even?
that we could have otherwise saved if we had the right equipment. The federal government has two options to handle this. Voluntary partnership with companies, where the federal government says to companies, I would appreciate it if you would work with us and do this. And the president has done that, and he seems to have gotten
I'm literally walking it
on a
now.
voluntary basis. The other way is what's called the Defense Production Act, where the federal government has the legal authority.
I've discovered a new mech.
You must produce this now. It is invoking a federal law. It is mandating that private companies do something, but I think it is appropriate. If I had the power, I would do it in New York State, because the situation is that critical. I think the federal government should order factories to manufacture masks, gowns, ventilators,
I might have a chance.
the essential medical equipment that's going to make the difference between life and death. It's not hard to make a mask.
Okay. Nose down, nose down, nose down, nose down, nose down, nose down. Bitch.
But you need company needs to do it. Apparel companies that can make clothing, well then you can make a surgical gown and you can make a mask. But they have to be ordered. If the federal government does it, then they can do it in the very order.
Screw this.
Way. They can decide how many they need. They can designate how many each factory should produce, and then they could distribute those goods by need rather than having these states all compete against each other. It would also be less expensive because it would avoid the price gouging that is now happening in this marketplace. I can tell what's happening. I'll contract with a company for 1,000 masks. They'll call back 20 minutes later and say the price just went up because they had a better offer. And I understand that. Other states who are desperate for these goods literally offer more money than we were paying. And it's just a race that's
I think we'll end up going straight there.
Higher and higher. We even have hospitals competing against other hospitals. If the federal government came in, used the Defense Production Act, we could resolve all of that immediately. Also, we need product. We have cries from hospitals around the state. I've spoken to other governors around the country. They have the same situation. They need these materials now. And only the federal government can make that happen. So I believe the federal government should immediately utilize the Defense Production Act, implement it immediately. Let's get those medical supplies running, and let's get them moving as quickly as possible. In terms of federal government funding, they should prioritize the funding. Individuals need money. You're laid off. You're going paycheck to paycheck. We took care of.
They better not mob over here so hard they screw me up.
Mortgage payment, but you have to buy food. You have to buy essentials. If you haven't worked and you're laid off, you're in trouble. So I think the federal government is exactly right. The president just talked about this. Get funding into the pockets of families that need it to live. Second, money to governments. I'm spending money right now that we don't have. Not going to deprive people of medical services, but the economy is stopped. People are not paying their taxes. They're not paying their taxes. That's state source of revenue. So funding from the federal government is essential for me. And third, the corporate subsidies that the president is talking about, I think is also right. But the corporate funding should not be a gift to corporations at the taxpayers.
We're going to end up going at some point.
Let's learn from what happened.
Oh, the Fermenter's Watertown already.
Attorney General at that time in the state of New York, where we bailed out corporations. They bought back stock. They paid their corporate executives handsomely. They benefited from taxpayer money, and the taxpayers wound up getting none of the profits. The citizens should benefit from the corporate success. If the government takes equity, if the government charges an interest rate, but this time, if the taxpayers are going to bail out these big corporations, make sure the taxpayers share in the success of these corporations. Let's do it right this time. Also, the federal funding, they're working on another coronavirus bill. I was in Washington for 8 years. This should not be the usual sausage making of pork barrel, right? When you do a piece of legislation in Washington, most legislatures, it becomes the expression sausage making. It becomes pork barrel. It goes through the political process. And the political process says everybody should get some money, which dilutes the funding, gives it to communities and governments that don't really need the funding, and doesn't even address the need.
Okay, I think I'm just going to take off.
People are so suspect of government spending, right? Because it winds up pork barrel. Every senator is going to say, I want money for my state.
Where did all the vehicles go?
Every congressperson says, I want money for my local district. I want to be able to
They
go
like
home
rampaged
with
out
a
of here.
little
Now there's like none of
package
them.
that I can hand to my local government. That's not what this is about in this case. This is about addressing a need and getting funding, precious funding, to people in places that need it. And the rule here should be money follows the need. It's that simple. What places need it? Self-serving, but New York State has 15 times more cases than any other state right now. Fund the states, fund the places that need it, follow the number of cases, and use need as the basis for funding. It's common sense. It will be respected by the people of this nation. And the alternative, to politicize this funding process, is intolerable. My congressional delegation, I say, look, New York received no funding from the first bill, even though New York has the greatest need. It's a technical mistake in the way they wrote the bill. Political custom is one politician or elected official should not pressure people of their own party. My congressional delegation is largely Democrat. Political custom don't pressure another Democratic elected official. I say that it's baloney. I represent all the citizens of the state. I fight for Democrats, Republicans, and this is no time to play politics. And we need our congressional delegation to stand up and to fight for New York. Also on the federal role, I'm requesting today from the federal government that the Army Corps immediately proceed to erect temporary hospitals. I went out yesterday, I surveyed the sites. There are several good options that give us regional coverage. An Army Corps temporary hospital at Stony Brook, which is on Long Island, Westbury, which is on Long Island, Westchester, where we have that terrible cluster, which is, thank goodness, reducing, and the Javits Center, which is a very large convention center in Manhattan, in New York, and New York City is obviously where we have the highest number of cases. I met with the Army Corps. They've reviewed these sites. I approve it. I approve it on behalf of the state of New York, and now we just have to get it done and get it done quickly. These temporary hospitals are helpful, but they don't bring supplies and they don't bring staff. And that compounds our problem of not having enough medical supplies, and frankly compounds our problem of not having enough medical staff, because we are trying to increase the capacity in our existing hospitals. The sites that we pick allow for indoor assembly of these facilities, so they won't be out of doors. They'll be indoors. Some places we may need to do them outdoors, but these campuses also have dormitories where the healthcare staff can stay. They're very large, there's space, and again, I have made all necessary approvals, so from my point of view, construction can start tomorrow. These are pictures of the places where we would assemble them in Stony Brook, Old Westbury, Westchester County Center, Westchester Hall, all open, all ready, accessible. Created the Javits Center. We just expanded it. It's one of the largest facilities in the country. It's open, it's ready to go. There is no breakup on the side of it. We're also asking FEMA to come in, Federal Emergency Management Agency, to come in and erect 4 federal hospitals at the Javits Center. The federal hospital by FEMA is different than the Army Corps of Engineer temporary facility. The FEMA hospitals come with staff and with supplies. They're in 250 bed configurations. We're asking for 4 of those 250 bed configurations to be assembled in the Javits Center. The Javits Center can easily manage them. It's in the heart of Manhattan. They're fully equipped. They're fully staffed. Again, we are ready to go as soon as the federal government is ready to go. That will then give us regional coverage in downstate New York. The president signed the FEMA emergency declaration, which allows FEMA to go to work. By that emergency declaration, funding for these services.
Where's all that AA coming from?
25% by the state government. The federal government can waive the state's share, as they call it, waive the 25% from the state. Also requesting that the president waive the 25%. I just cannot pay the 25%. We literally don't have the funding to do it. And by the way, I don't think any state will be in a position to waive the 25%. So I don't say that on my behalf. I say that on behalf of the federal government. I'm the vice chairman of the National Governors Association. I've been speaking with governors all across the nation. No state has the financial capacity to participate, in my opinion. But I know for sure New York doesn't, because we are the heaviest hit state right now. I'm asking the president to do what I did here in the state of New York. Cut the red tape, cut the bureaucracy, just cut to the chase, get the Army Corps of Engineers moving, get FEMA moving. Let's get those buildings up. Let's have them in place.
You have a lot of vehicles in there. I could probably just
hits
hop
its
into
apex.
something and
Time
support it.
matters, minutes count, and this is literally a matter of
Wish you
life
showed me how
and
many
death.
people
We
are
get
just
these
like
facilities up,
mulling
we get
around
the
it.
supplies, we will save lives. If we don't, we will lose lives. I don't mean to be overly dramatic, but I want to be honest, and that is the simple fact of this matter. We're also implementing the trial drug. We have secured 70,000 hydrochloroquine, 10,000 Zithromax from the federal government. I want to thank the FDA for moving very expeditiously to get us this supply.
Finally, the FDA does something right.
The FDA to move, and the
Probably
FDA
just because they
moved.
still want to cover up the
We're
fact that
going to
stem
get this
cells can
supply
cure
in the
and
trial.
reverse the lung damage caused by COVID-19.
The president is optimistic about these drugs, and
Whoa, 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 girl. Whoops.
we are all optimistic that it could work. I've spoken with a number of health officials, and there is a good basis to believe that they could work. Some health
is restricted.
Oh, come on.
has a very low infection rate. And
Oh, I threw it in a little hard. My repair was already going,
there's a
but
theory that because they're taking this anti-malarial drug in Africa,
so tell me, where the hell?
it may actually be one of the reasons why the infection rate is low in Africa.
Ow.
We call this tactical superiority.
I call this tactical flying.
We don't know, but let's find out, and let's find out quickly. And I agree with the president on that, and we're going to start Tuesday. I also think the FDA
Something keeps hitting the lock from behind me.
should start approving serological testing for coronavirus antibodies, and they should do it as soon as possible. What this does is it tests the blood to see if you have antibodies that were created to fight the coronavirus. Remember,
I don't know if I'm
all
ready
the
to
health
basically just straight get into a dogfight with this guy. Come on. What the hell happened to him? Am I above a hole? My goodness.
the coronavirus.
I'm surprised I didn't start taking fire sooner.
Many
Ow, ow, ow. God damn, there's a whole armored brigade moving that way. Can't really win that one like that.
more people have had the coronavirus than we think. Most people have resolved the coronavirus. Who have had it.
Generator critical.
How do you know that? You can test and find the antibody that the body.
Come on.
Shield generator critical.
Okay, that's starting to hurt my ears now.
Created to fight the virus. If you have that antibody,
There was
virus, you need to resolve it. Why do you want to know that? Because I want to know who had it, who has the antibody, which means they most probably will not get it again, and that can help us get our medical staff back to work faster.
Something's fucking shooting at me. Oh, no. Should have been flying in first person.
So it's a different level of testing, but I think the FDA should move as expeditiously as they have before.
Yeah,
on
they
this type
are
of
just
testing. Find out who had it,
all up
who
in
has
there.
the
I don't know if that's when we're going to be able to
antibodies,
wrench
and that
from
will help
them.
us, especially on medical
Recently.
staff shortages. Also on the state role, what am I supposed to do? I'm not just looking for the federal government. I understand that we are responsible here in the state of New York for doing everything we can. We have to expand the existing hospital capacity. This gets back to 53,000 current beds and the remaining 32,000 beds. We have said to the hospital administrators, we have a goal of you increasing your capacity in each hospital by 100%. Yes, an ambitious goal. Yes, difficult. Yes, impossible. But remember, the hospital is highly regulated. Space is regulated. The number of beds in the room is highly regulated. We're waiving all those regulations and saying just from a physical capacity point of view, see if we can increase your capacity 100%. Where we go 100%, we have 53,000 beds, we have to get to 110,000 beds, everybody increases by 100%. Simple. But we understand many hospitals won't be able to do it. However, at a minimum, hospitals must give us a plan to increase capacity by at least 50%. So we would be at about 75,000 minimum against the 110 need. We would still have to find additional beds, understand that, and you see what we're doing with the federal government. There's an opportunity there. But every hospital, goal of 100% increase in capacity, mandate of 50% increase in capacity. We also have an intensive care unit bed issue where we have to increase the number of intensive care units. That is limited by the number of ventilators. What makes an ICU bed an ICU bed in this case is that the ICU bed has a ventilator. And that's where we get back to needing the ventilators desperately. So we have those ICU
Victory is our tradition.
We're putting out a Department of Health emergency order to hospitals that says we're not just asking you to do this. Wouldn't it be a nice thing? Not just asking you as governor civic obligation. This is a law.
Looks like we've overtaken the roof now.
Must come up with a plan to increase capacity, a minimum of 50, goal of 100%. We're also canceling all elective, non-critical surgery for hospitals.
Do we push them out?
Elective,
No way.
non-critical.
Wow.
If it's a critical surgery, fine. If it's not critical, then postpone it. That alone should get us 25 to 35% more beds. And again, that is a mandate that is going into effect for the hospitals. I understand the hospitals are not happy about it. I've heard that. The elective surgery is a big source of revenue for the hospital. I understand that. It's not about money. It's about public health. And we're putting that mandate in place starting today. We're also creating additional beds in places where we can. We're taking over existing residential facilities, hotels, nursing homes, and repurposing
that was a heavy tank.
existing facilities. For example,
I can
this is
tell.
the Brooklyn Center for Rehabilitation and Healthcare, 600 beds that we're going to take over, and it will serve as a temporary hospital. And we're doing this in facilities all across the state. Two different facts. I want to make sure we're clear just so there's no confusion. Fact one, young people can get the coronavirus. They are wrong when they say they can't get it. They can get it. 18 to 49-year-olds represent 53% of the total cases in New York. This is not China. This is not South Korea on the theory that, well, on the American have a superior immune system than China or South Korea. No, that theory is not correct. In New York, 53% of the cases, 18 to 49 years old. The second fact, older people and those with compromised immune system, underlying illnesses, can die from the coronavirus. You're right, the 18 to 49-year-old is probably not lethal, but you can get it, and you can get sick. And it's a nasty illness, and then you can transfer to someone else. That's the case for young people. Older people, obviously, if you're a vulnerable person, it can be lethal. Both facts are true, and both facts have to be understood. Young people can get it, you will get sick, you probably won't die, but you can transfer it to someone who may very well die. And you can transfer it even inadvertently without knowing you're doing it. You can touch a surface, walk away.
Hello?
A day later, someone can sit at this table and put their hand in the same place and contract the virus. I was in New York City yesterday. It was a pretty day. There is a density level in New York City that is wholly inappropriate. You would think there was nothing going on in parts of New York City. You would think it was just a bright, sunny Saturday. I don't know what I'm saying that people don't get. I'm normally accused of being overly blunt and direct. And I take that. It's true. I don't know what they're not understanding.
I think I had one more
life
of
as usual. None of this is life as usual. And this kind of density, we talk about social distancing. I was in these parks. You would not.
All right, I
you
should
would
try
not
to
know
move.
that anything was going on. This is just a mistake.
Ridgeline?
It's a mistake.
Okay, we're capping it.
It's insensitive.
So I
It's
should prep for them
arrogant.
coming from that
It's
direction
self-destructive.
down the road.
It's disrespectful to other people. And it has to stop, and it has to stop now. This is not a joke, and I am not kidding. We spoke with the mayor of the city of New York and the speaker of the city council, Corey Johnson. I told both of them that this is a problem in New York City. It's especially a problem in New York City parks. New York City must develop an immediate plan to correct this situation. I want a plan that we can review in 24 hours so that we can approve it. There are many options. You have much less traffic in New York City because non-essential workers aren't going to work. Get creative. Open streets to reduce the density. You want to go for a walk? God bless you. You want to go for a run? God bless you. But let's open streets. Let's open space. That's where people should be, in open space areas, not in dense locations. There is no group activity in parks. That is not the point. We spoke about it the other day. All sorts of kids playing basketball yesterday. I play basketball. There is no concept of social distancing while playing basketball. It doesn't exist. You can't stay 6 feet away from a person playing basketball. You can, but then you're a lousy basketball player and you're going to lose. You just cannot do that. We also have bigger parks in New York City. We opened Shirley Chisholm Park in Brooklyn. 400 acres. Van Cortlandt Park. There are
You still got literally 2 minutes.
Spaces. That's where you want to be. But we need a plan from New York City.
And we're swarming that objective. I don't
because
think they
this
can really come
is
from
a significant
anywhere.
problem that has to be corrected. In terms of numbers, I said yesterday New York is testing more people than any state in the country, and per capita more than any country on the globe. That is a positive accomplishment, pardon the pun, because we want testing, we want more testing. We ramped up very quickly. We're doing it better than anyone else, and that is a good thing, because when you identify a positive, then you can isolate that person, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. When you increase the number of tests,
I think they have them trapped in this room here.
Who test positive. And the numbers show exactly that. We have now tested 61,000 people. Newly tested 15,000 people. So these numbers just are
1 minute.
exponential
I think they can
to
hold
what
it.
is being done anywhere else in the country.
There's a lot of them
And
there.
that's why you're going to
Aircraft
see
support.
much higher numbers than anywhere else. Total number of new cases, 15,000. I'm sorry, total number of cases, 15,000. Total number of new cases, 4,800 new cases. You see the state, more and more counties. We're just down to a handful of counties now where we don't have existing cases. As I said, that is going to be 100% covered. It's just a matter of time. On the hospitalization rate, which is a number that I watch very closely, it's 1,900 cases out of 15,000, 13%. 13% is actually lower than it has been. We've been running at 15%, 16%, as high as 20%.
10 seconds left.
This is 13%. This is the key indicator, because this is saying how many people are going to come into your healthcare system as the number goes up. So this is not bad news. Across the country, you see New York now has 15,000 cases, Washington State 1,600, California 1,500. So we have roughly 15 times the number of cases. Now, do we really have 15 times the number of cases? You don't know. We're testing much more than anyone else. So that is a major factor in this. But I have no doubt that we have more cases. We have more density. We have more people from other countries who come to New York than many other states. I have no reason to believe that we don't have more. I don't believe we have 15 times more. I believe that's also a factor that we test more than anyone else. 114 new deaths, total number of deaths, 374. And that is a sobering, sad, and really distressing fact that should give everyone pause, because that's what this is all about, is saving
Almost got hit by that Sunderer.
And we've lost 374 New Yorkers. Keeping it all in perspective, Johns Hopkins has followed this from day one, 311,000 cases, 13,000 deaths. Statewide deaths.
That guy's fast.
To the extent we can research the cause of death and the demographics of death, what we're seeing, roughly 70% of those who passed away were 70 years old or older. And the majority had underlying health. Okay? So we're is what we said. Approximately 80% of the deaths of those under 70 years old had an underlying health condition. So, young people can get it, young people will get sick, young people can transfer. Mortality, lethality, older, compromised immune system, underlying illness. That's what we're seeing. But even within that population, the capacity of our healthcare system can save those lives. It doesn't mean just because you're 80, you have a compromised immune system, or you have an underlying health condition, and you get coronavirus, you must pass away.
Damn it.
That's going to depend on how good our healthcare system is. But in terms of overall perspective, I'm afraid for myself, I'm afraid for my sister, I'm afraid for my child. Older, underlying illness, be very, very, very careful. This gets back to Matilda's law. This gets back to my mother. That's my fear. This gets back to nursing homes, senior care facilities, etc. Personal advice is not factual. I try to present facts. I try to present everything I know. I try to present unbiased facts. I try to present numbers.
Oh my God. I knew I didn't have him on that last shot. I was way off.
When you get fearful, when you don't get the information, when you doubt the information, or you think people don't know what they're talking about, or you think you're getting light. So, I present facts. This is personal. But we have to think this situation. Don't be reactive to this. Yes, you are out of control. You're out of control for this virus. You're out of work. Situations are changing. They're not in your control. You don't even know how long this is going to go on. It's a very frightening feeling. That is true. But you can also take back some control. Start to anticipate what's going to go on. Plan for the negatives and plan for the positives. There are going to be negatives and there are going to be positives. There are real economic consequences. How do you handle the economic consequences? You're not alone. It's everyone in the United States. That's why you see this federal government acting quickly to get funding into the pockets of families who need it. But think through what the economics need. Think through the social issues and the social impact of this. Think through the emotional issues of this. You know, it would be unnatural if you didn't have a flood of emotions going on. It would be unnatural. Either you wouldn't understand what was happening or you wouldn't appreciate it. But if you know the facts and you understand what's going on, you can of individual emotions, positive and negative, and anticipate. You know, stay home, stay home, stay home. Whether you stay home, remember the old expression, cabin fever, right? You stay home alone, you don't want to be isolated emotionally. You can be isolated physically. You don't want to be isolated emotionally. You want to keep those emotional connections. You want to talk to people. You want to write letters. You want to have emotional connectivity. That is very important. If you're not alone and you're in the house with the family and the kids and everybody's together, that's a different set of emotional complexity. You know, being in that enclosed environment, normally the kids are out, everybody's going to work, and you're only together a short period of time a day. Now you're all in the same place for 24 hours. You know, I remember when the kids were young. But I remember what it was like. complicated. I live alone. I'm even getting annoyed with the dog, being so think that through, because that is real, and it's going to go on for a long time. This is not a short situation. This is not a long
Should have ran in the
week.
shadow.
This is not a week. The timeline, nobody can tell you. It depends
No,
on how we handle it.
I'll take it, but so you know, the problem is I don't have any fucking ammo.
80% of the population will wind up getting this virus. All we're trying to do is slow the spread. It will spread. It is that contagious. Again, that's nothing to panic over. You saw the numbers. Unless you're older with an underlying illness, etc. It's something that you're going to resolve, but it's going to work its way through society. We'll manage at capacity rate, but it is going to be 4 months, 6 months, 9 months. You look at China.
I got a spot.
Really changed the trajectory. No, not done yet.
Oh, I don't have a spawn beacon.
Rain. Nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody can tell you. Well, I
Requires luck to hit him at this point. Damn, everything's so loud. Holy crap.
But it is in that way. So, start the plan. It's going to be hard. There is no doubt. I'm not minimizing it.
Fighting us out of it. I don't know how. What the hell was that?
Life is going to go on. Different, but life is going to go on. So there is no reason to grocery stores or
I shouldn't,
I should run the store. Life is going to go on. There's no other. So a deep breath on all of that. But I do believe that whenever this is going on 6 months' time, we are going to be better. The greatest generation that survived.
almost sounds like headsets backwards. Hey, Original Plaz, how long have I been playing? You mean like today or playing Planetside 2? Because, let's see, I played Planetside 2 a long time ago, back when it was crap, and then one of my friends reintroduced me to it this last week, and it has improved so much, it's unbelievable. I wish it was like Battlefield where I could shoot him out of the chopper. Oh, in general, yeah. Basically just the week. I played, like I said, I played a little bit, but it was a long time ago, so essentially a completely different game. Not nearly as stable as it is now. Let me take a look.
We're going to overcome this. America will be the greater good. My hope is that
Whoever might get that thing out of here or away from here, but like 2 or 3 doing what? Oh my god, there's a whole vehicle regiment like right next to me.
I only need and I don't know the situation on
There are
open
a few
streets,
promo
closing
codes you
streets,
can redeem to
well,
get some special weapons. I want to help out. Hell yeah! Hold up.
I think the local officials.
Where do I get to those again? Where? Shopping cart. Redeem a. What you got? Get what you got, bud. If you got some promo codes, like the only one I've gotten is that helmet and the freaking gun, but I don't know which class has the gun. I think it's combat medic, but it's not the AR. It's just like the R or something like that.
And it has to be reduced fast. And that's why I'm asking for a plan from them in 24 hours.
See, that one I've got. That the PS2 escalation is the new one that has the helmet and that other thing. That's the one I've already got.
They know the problem. They see it. I mean, it's all over the place. It's not that, you need a microscope to find this. It is all over the city. Now, maybe it was a nice day yesterday or whatever, but people...
Gonna take a look at the membership thing here. Oh, wait, hold on. PS2 welcome. Oh, hold on then. Let me get rid of that. Hold up. Redeem a code. Because those ones I definitely don't have. So, NSO... Do I have caps lock on? Yeah, I did. NSOP
It's the
S 2019, so 2019 code.
Masks. It's the PPE
Boom.
equipment.
Nice.
And we sent 1 million masks to New York City yesterday. We have
PS2 welcome back, which seems appropriate since I haven't been on in so freaking long. Or redeeming.
We're then scrambling to buy all these
yeah,
masks.
baby. NSXP
manufacturing masks for us.
What else we got here?
We're buying sewing machines
Holy crap.
to make masks. But this is not the way it should be done. Let the federal government, they have a law called the Defense Production Act, which is precisely for this.
PS2.
I get the president saying he wanted to work voluntarily with private companies.
Oh yeah, baby. Ooh,
NSXP
Naginata.
I get that. I say.
Oh, there's a 5-year one.
Order the company.
5 years.
PS2. Let the federal government do it.
The
so
sick unlocks bud. The original Quaz coming out on top.
Marketing. With all these states that are competing.
MLG report.
We paid 85 cents for a mask. We're now paying $7 for the same mask. Why? Because
MLG
California
bundle.
will pay $6.
And Illinois will pay $6.50. Got that one. Okay. PSUARM or decal.
That's not the way it should be. Let the federal government take the function.
Boom, armor decal.
Medical supply
and a vehicle
production and
decal as well.
Just take it, right? When it came to testing, I said the exact opposite. I said to the president on testing, when everything was going through the FDA and everything was going through the CDC.
Nah. Every single code worked. You are awesome, sir. That is like, coming in wanting to help a fellow TR.
Why?
And
I have 200
you've done
that
some
I
things.
regulate. Give it to me. I'll turn on 200 laboratories rather than going through a bottleneck in the federal government. Everything has to go through the FDA and CDC. So I said, in that situation, give me the task. I'll get it done faster. So it's not like I'm trying to
the decals.
Say the federal government should do something to take a burden off me. I've accepted the burden of testing from the federal government. And by the way, our numbers went through the roof. This task, they are in a better position to do.
I don't know where it puts the decal on a mosquito,
the production of masks
TR gotta stay strong. Hell yeah.
And ventilators.
We're kind of getting.
A deadline.
We're sort of coming back on them. We really need to crush blue and stop this fortress from getting taken.
They know how to distribute it because you look at where the cases are. And distribute it by the need of the cases from Washington. Let them
Whoa!
Frankly, it's the president's style to say, cut to the chase.
Come
This has to be
on.
done, and I'm mandating it, and he should do that here.
Now stop publicly testing and only test people who are either in the hospital or in...
Yeah, only test them in the hospital just so you can get a like it skews the numbers. You have to assume that there are tons of people that have it. I mean, you have to produce a test kit for all 327 million Americans plus whatever.
Reduction,
Where am I going?
we're all over. We can't do anything
For real.
more than that. We're already at 0 on non-essential workers.
Which direction they fight
The
from?
second way is testing, find the positive, isolate the positive. So I'm not willing to stop testing.
I'll go to get to the high
because our
ground.
number one job is slow the trajectory of the increase because I can't handle it in the hospital system.
It says there's fighting, but I'm pretty sure we're actually moving south to there. I'm not even in a squad. That would really help. What do we got? Notifications. MLG bundle. Armor decal,
There
PSU
is a
vehicle.
point of
Claiming
inflection,
items.
You're right, where you could hit a point
Hell yeah.
where the disease is
Friends.
so widespread.
BT Dubs, original
it's not
Quaz.
worth the
What's
testing.
your thing
we're
here?
not there yet, Jesse, because we're still trying to stop the apex, right?
Is it-
We have to bring down that
Viet
curve.
Duke.
Even if we're successful on this health order, where we get the hospitals to go to
Go
50%
Aaron
additional
Armour.
capacity. I'm still
You're on
at only
Hassan. I'm pretty sure I'm on
75,000 beds when
Hassan.
We need 110.
Oh, I'm on
Still
Amarish.
only at 13,000.
I'm gonna redeploy.
ICU
Go to the
beds
bathroom too, but let me know your
when
friend
I
tag.
need 37,000 ICU beds. I'm still at only 6,000 ventilators when I need 30,000 ventilators. So we have to do everything we can to keep that curve down, and testing is essential to that. That's what I want to see from New York City. I want New York City, I want the mayor, the city council, Speaker Corey Johnson, let them come up with a plan. Get it to me within 24 hours. I want to approve it, but I'm open to anything. But it has to be done quickly, and it's going to have to be dramatic
This
action.
whole squad.
Excuse me one second, because it's not. I can't say anything more than I've said, right? How many times can you say you're being reckless and selfish, and you know?
If you get
brings
sick,
out the
and
best
yeah,
in
go
us.
outside.
We all talk about being
Okay,
a
so-
community. We're a community.
I just thought it said the
What
squad
does a
I was in was in
community
Hassan.
mean? We're interconnected. We're interdependent.
Where am I?
I rely on you. You rely on me. That's community. That's us at our best. The community.
Oh, I'm
of
on
New
my
York.
own freaking squad.
I need to be able to rely on you. And that means you have to be smart and responsible in your actions. And you have to be able to rely on me. And that means I have to be smart and responsible in my actions.
Well,
And that's the social contract.
I guess I'm on
between
my
us.
own. I'm working freelance.
I have a right to expect that from you, especially in dire circumstances. And
I need
we're
like
not
way
there,
more
and
certs
we
to
should
be able
there.
to.
And I'm going to keep saying it, but we're also going to
I
be
can
doing
tell
it.
that most of
And
them
I
are
want the plan
on,
from New York
I think.
City to make that a reality.
VES have
Sorry,
locked down
I'm sorry.
Amherst.
Yep. Awesome. Actually, a lot of them are on this map.
We are discussing, we have done increased absentee ballots for elections. I think it's a good idea anyway. We should have done it
Jeez,
a long
what's
time ago.
happening?
It's especially a good idea when you don't want a lot of people going to a polling place.
Nice.
Melissa was handling that issue.
Sure. Article 2, Section 2
Looks
of the
like most of my squad's at
Constitution
Indar
says
here.
that there are only 2 ways that you can vote absentee.
I don't know the state
One
of Indar,
is
though.
if you're sick, and the other is if you're unable to go to the poll. Over time, the legislature has legislated what it means to unable to go to the poll.
Okay.
Out of county
It's like they're forgetting the fact that it's transmissible without freaking symptoms for 2 weeks. Some people don't even get symptoms. Like, they never really mention the fact there's probably a ton of freaking,
Exactly, that's what
no, what am I doing? What am I doing? If I'm gonna be hopping an airplane, I wanna go engineer.
They are deep areas like conservation, use of no business, which is
What am I, off the right gun? I think so. We have full craft here now, though. This guy can...
Yes, we have those regulations that would stand.
Got that M68 Bulldog. Come on. Oh, I can go out of her cam. Let's look at like a... Okay, look at just the wing. Okay, so that's full.
One state action.
Ooh, but...
No one else does anything.
It's good that we gain some elevation. You have to swoop underneath us.
And I operate and we're going down that track, and I'm doing everything possible.
This is what happens when everybody migrates from one map to another.
That's increasing hospital capacity, minimum 50%, goal of 100%. They have to come up with a staffing plan to do that.
Where are we going?
That's finding the medical supplies for them. I'm not stopping on the medical supplies. We are manufacturing.
Looks like we're heading to Alloys Inc.
Uniform manufacturers to get them sewing machines to convert. I have apparel companies that manufacture in China to stop making dresses, to start making gowns. I mean, we're doing...
This guy flies sideways. It's weird.
Child care facilities for healthcare workers, special protections for healthcare workers.
And what the hell, this thing does have a horn?
The federal government. And we have that plan in place. At the same time, I am saying to the federal government, you need to do what you need to do. There is a federal role here. And this emergency management protocol, well, we support the states. We support the states if the states can do it. That's what the emergency management protocol is. I do this as a governor. There's a judge in Erie County. Okay, Erie County, you're in charge. Call me if you need something. Yeah, I get it. But if I know the flood can't be handled by the county, then I come in.
He ejected everyone?
And I come in and I say to the county executive,
not cool.
I'm the governor, I'm saying to the federal government, and I'm saying to the president, you should take over the medical supply function. Invoke fully the federal government act. Order manufacturers to manufacture it. Every state is saying, every city is saying they're running out of medical supply. Do that. B, get FEMA, get the Army Corps of Engineers, have the sites, tell them to come up here tomorrow and start building those emergency hospitals. C, pass the money. Don't let the Congress make it for salary. Don't let them make it political opportunities where everybody brings home 50 cents.
That was the craziest airdrop I've ever seen.
Help the corporations. Don't help the corporations like we did in 2008, where the senior executives get tens of millions of dollars in bonuses, and now the taxpayers are supposed to fund that corporation to bail them out, and then the corporation 2 years from now is making record profits, and the normal economy hasn't rebounded, and the taxpayer who subsidized the corporation is still struggling to pay their mortgage. We did that in 2008. You want to give a corporation money? Say, okay, here are the rules. You can't buy back stock. I want the bonuses to CEOs back. I want an equity stake in the company, interest in the company, an interest rate on the loan, but something back to the citizens. You know, we're tired of making these big corporations rich at taxpayers' expense. Make sure the corporations live up to their civic responsibility. If you're going to give
Kind of a last stand thing. My legs are blown off. Oh God. I gotta reload. It takes a second.
I want an investment in my company. Okay, I'll give you an investment in your company, but here are the rules before I give you an investment. I need the federal government. Emergency supplies, funding for the places that need it, congressional delegations to actually represent the state of New York and deliver. FEMA here, Army Corps of Engineers here. We need those functions working with
This is like.
and then we need federal assistance from the federal.
Get him. Oh, he blew up beforehand.
If none of that happens,
Everybody's rushing up.
then we're on our own. New York. Sorry?
Oh shit. Oh, son of a bitch.
For one of the
Come on, he's not that far away. Ay! Oh, my ankle. Oh God, my ankle. What do you mean?
piece of good news.
What? Are you kidding me?
You know, we talk about all these increasing cases.
Oh, sad.
You get the virus. Most people, the virus resolves. Good friend of mine, great public official, Rick Cotton, head of the Port Authority.
Rick had it in.
Had the coronavirus. Never hospitalized. He was home for 2 weeks. He is now tested negative for the coronavirus. So self-resolved was about 2 weeks. I don't even know that he needed all 2 weeks. It was suspicious. Resolved in 1 week, and then he just took another vacation. But I don't want to push the button. I'm going to go to work. Thank you guys very much. The state what?
All right, so we were listening to Governor Andrew Cuomo there from New York, talking just about, well, that was earlier today, but here we go. It looks like we are getting ready. The coronavirus task force is now coming up to the podium here. We are now moments away from President Trump coming to that stage with the Vice President along with other, as you can see, members of the White House coronavirus task force team. And they're coming together. It's originally slated earlier news conference, and then they kept on getting pushed back. Now we are now waiting for
I'll start repairs.
this morning here. We appreciate everyone worldwide on coronavirusnow.com. See what the president has to say. It's now become a daily introductions, and then does his prepared statement, and then the other team members get to the podium before the question and answer round comes from the media there. And well, we are going to see here now the U.S.
Disconnected.
Unfortunately now third with the most number of cases around the world here. We have now more than 31,000 cases worldwide. 31,000 cases in the U.S. And we will now wait to see what the president has to say today here. The door comes up. Here comes the president. We are watching live, and we are going to listen right back.
Thank you very much. Just before we begin, I want to mention we're working very hard, long on getting a young group of people out of Peru. We've removed some, and the rest are being removed with the cooperation of the Peruvian government. And we're also dealing with Honduras on getting some people out that got caught up, and we are working on that very well, again with the Honduran government's work, and they're working with us, so I appreciate that. We have a couple of other locations that we'll report to you, and we were able to get a young woman released from a certain area who was being horribly accosted, horribly treated, and we spoke to General Milley. General Milley took care of it. We went in and we got her out, and we'll report further on that one, but it was rough stuff. I want to thank General Milley. I want to thank all of the people that were involved and the people that went in together. I want to thank you very much. As we continue to marshal every resource at America's disposal in the fight against the Chinese virus, we're profoundly grateful to our nation's state and local leaders, doctors, nurses,
I just need
law
gunners, come on.
and first responders who are waging this battle on the ground. It is absolutely critical that Americans continue to follow the federal government's guidelines, so important, about social distancing, non-essential travel, and hand washing. Defeating this unseen enemy requires the help and commitment of every single American. I want to just say...
What the frick is happening here?
Senator Rand Paul, a friend of mine, he's been a great
Someone's
friend.
smoke grenade?
He was there when we needed
Yeah, someone's like
him.
smoking at that shit.
And as you know, he just tested positive. Jose Diaz Balart, spoke to him yesterday, tested positive. And the people are beginning quite close to home. And it's a terrible thing that's going on. The hidden enemy, I call it the hidden enemy. And I think they'll all be fine. I hope they're going to be fine. But I just want to send our thoughts and everybody that's working here for our country, for those two great friends of mine. We're working urgently with Congress on legislation to support the millions of workers, small businesses, and industries who have been hit hard by the virus through no fault of their own. Our goal is to get relief to Americans as quickly as possible so that families can get by and small businesses can keep workers on payroll.
What is wrong with these people?
This will help our economy, and you will see our economy skyrocket once this is over. I think it's going to skyrocket. It's a pent-up demand. It's a built-up demand, and I guess you really have to say who knows, but I think it's going to be a tremendous day when we win this war. We will win the war.
Is everybody here okay?
If you look at
I'll just wait for gunners.
Number of deaths as possible. Today I'm announcing action to help New York, California, and Washington ensure that the National Guard can effectively respond to this crisis. The National
If they're all
Guard
happy
is
and
tremendous
going,
people. They're fully on alert. We've signed what we had to sign, and it's been activated. We're dealing also with other states. These states have been hit the
just
hardest.
waiting for these people.
Actually, pretty much by far, you could say the hardest. Everybody can see that. Just look at the numbers. And through FEMA, the federal government will be funding 100% of the cost of deploying National Guard units to carry out approved missions to stop the virus while those governors remain in command. So the governors locally are going to be in command and will be following them, and we hope they can do the job, and I think they will. I spoke with all three of the governors today and just a little while ago, and they're very happy with what we're going to be doing because we'll be announcing some other things for those three states and some other states where it's hit the hardest. This action will give them maximum flexibility to use the guard against the virus without having to worry about cost or liability, and freeing up state resources to protect the health and safety of the people in their state. The federal government has deployed hundreds of tons of supplies from our national stockpile to locations with the greatest need. In order to assist in those areas, I approved the state of New York's request for a major disaster declaration, something which Governor Cuomo has been asking for, and which I agree, and we had it done in very rapid fashion. We approved this on Friday evening, and we are working very, very hard to get all of these things not only signed up, but completed and finished and in wind. The request from the state of Washington for a major disaster declaration was approved just a little while ago. Went through the process, and we moved it very quickly. The request from the state of California was just received, and we will have it approved very quickly. We'll be working, I told that to Gavin Newsom, and we're working on getting that done very quickly. It'll be done maybe tonight. We have large quantities of medical equipment and supplies on the way based on all of this to those states, including respirators, surgical masks and gowns, face shields, coveralls, and gloves, with large quantities already delivered to Washington and to New York. In addition to large quantities of supplies, I've also directed FEMA to supply the following: 4 large federal medical stations with 1,000 beds for New York, 8 large federal medical stations with 2,000 beds for California, and 3 large federal medical stations and 4 small federal medical stations with 1,000 beds for the state of Washington. The governors know. The supplies en route to California and New York will be delivered within the next 48 hours. In addition, the Naval Hospital ship, the USNS Mercy. It's incredible ships. These 2 ships are incredible. One on the West Coast, one on the East Coast, will be deployed
The
to
2
Los
ships I'm
Angeles
flying.
to add emergency surge medical capacity, and they have tremendous capacity. They are
Oh, I no longer have.
I will say that if you look at some of the things we've been doing, and now those numbers have gone up, and just to be a little bit more exacting, we've got a presidential approval for request for major disaster declaration for the state of New York. Approval of Title 32 National Guard activation for the state of New York. We're providing
Oh, now I'm taking damage.
all of this at no cost to the governor. Spoke with Governor Cuomo.
Ow.
He's working hard. We're all working hard together. The relationship is amazing. But it also enables the governor to provide robust National Guard support to the state. And the 25%, we're going to be waiving that 25% cost. We're picking up, we'll be coordinating, and they'll be doing something with very special people. Mission assignment of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to provide support to build out alternate care sites. They're doing various alternate care sites, which have now been designated by New York. 4 large federal medical stations of 1,000 beds. These are very complex places, actually. Great equipment and great people. Strategic National Stockpile order, and this is as of a number of days ago, so far delivered to New York, and this is the 19th. We had the N95 respirators, 186,416 delivered. We delivered 444,078 surgical masks. Many have been delivered since then. Face shields, we've delivered 84,560 face shields. Surgical gowns, 68,944 to New York. Coveralls, 352. Gloves, 245,486.
I thought that shot would have
To
gotten
New
him.
York, in terms of what's been delivered just since then, the numbers are quite large, and we have tremendous numbers of companies also making equipment. For the state of Washington, we've delivered 369,000 N95 respirators, 507,406 surgical masks. This is as of about 3 days ago. Face shields, 63,788 face shields. Surgical gowns, 107,850. Gloves, 240,376. And we have many things pending. It's actually not pending. It's being fabricated and remade. And they're moving. Now we're Washington, so we have 4 small federal medical stations, 250 beds. And for Washington, state of Washington, we have 3 large federal medical stations, 750 beds. And then you have, as I said, the approval of the Title 32 National Guard. State of California, again, to be very precise, we're going to have the approval of the Title 32 National Guard activation. We're providing all of this again, like in New York, at no cost to the governor, meaning the state. It enables the governor to provide robust National Guard support to the state. So they're going to have control of the National Guard. Federal government sending, these are incredible people that are being sent. We have 8 large federal medical stations with over 2,000 beds, and that's going to California. And then strategic national stockpile order. We've ordered likewise hundreds of thousands of different items. I won't go into the exact numbers, but the numbers are very substantial. But we're having tremendous additional numbers sent. And whatever the states can get, they should be getting. I say we're sort of a backup for the states. And some of the states are doing really well, and some don't do as well. The ones that don't do as well need more help. But these are 3 states that really do need help because they are very hard. And the outpouring from the private sector has also been extraordinary. I'm pleased to report that Honeywell, great company, has just announced it will immediately expand its personal protective equipment manufacturing operations in Rhode Island to produce millions of additional N95 masks. They're very hard to get. They're actually quite complex.
Well, yeah, everybody
The
freaking
US
bought them out, and it's price
government's
gouging now.
strategic
It's
national stockpile, they'll be immediately then delivered to the various states. This expansion is already underway, and it's going to provide a lot of jobs for that state, probably around 500. The masks will be distributed by the government for the use of the health, safety, and emergency, and this for response workers, primarily for response workers. These are very high-end. This expansion is in addition to Honeywell's action to more than double
Come on, bud, we're
production
full.
of its existing personal protective equipment manufacturing plants. They make a lot of different things, and they're doubling and tripling their production. They're going round the clock. Today I'm also announcing the launch of a new public-private consortium organized by the White House, the Department of Energy, and IBM to unleash the power of American
How'd I just get a kill share?
supercomputing resources to fight the Chinese virus. The following leaders from private industries, academia, and government will be contributing, and they're going to be contributing a lot of different things.
It's my job to keep our asses in the air. It's your job to shoot.
Researchers discover new treatments and vaccines.
go.
They'll be working along with NIH and all of the people that are working on this. But tremendous help
Oh,
from
here we go.
IBM, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, MIT, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, the Department of Energy's National Labor Laboratories, the National Science Foundation, and NASA. They're all contributing to this effort, and they're fully engaged. This afternoon, I also want to update you on the steps we're taking to protect and serve our country's 18 million veterans. These are great people, are amazing veterans, have shown their eternal loyalty to our nation, and this is the time where they're in need, and we
What?
That would be very protective of our veterans. We're working on certain hospitals, veterans hospitals. To be very protective of our veterans. Some of them are of that very vulnerable age, and some of them obviously are not feeling well, and some of them are still suffering the wounds of war from many years ago. Yesterday I signed vital legislation to ensure that the GI Bill will cover distance learning during this emergency. I also spoke with many of our veteran service organizations or the VSOs to describe our unprecedented action. In February, the Department of Veterans Affairs established 19 emergency operation centers throughout the country. One of the things that they've been trying to get done for many years, you all know this from following me over the last number of years, but we got it done pretty quickly. They've been trying to get it done for many, many decades.
You try to fire down a hallway, right?
And also veterans
And everybody wants to run down that hallway.
now, if it's crowded, they can't get to a doctor. We have great doctors in the VA. I have to say that we have fantastic doctors, as good as they come. But it's hard to get to them because of what was bureaucracy, but no longer bureaucracy. We've got a lot of things that have to because
They're fighting us from behind now? What do you know?
Or if they're bad, or if they're sadistic, or if they steal, or anything bad happens, we're now allowed to fire them for. I signed that a year and a half ago. For many years, you weren't able to do that. So the VA is working, and I was just told by our great leader at the VA, Robert Wilkie. He said for the first time, we get the highest marks in the history, highest poll numbers in the history of the Veterans Administration. Came out a week ago that they're happy. And look, one of the reasons that happened, highest in history, one of the reasons that happened is because of veterans' choice. If they have to wait online, they go and see a private doctor, we pay the bill. And they get better. They don't have to wait 2 weeks and 3 weeks or 2 days, but they get better. And a lot of times they waited so long that they would have a problem and it would end up being terminal because they couldn't get the kind of treatment that they deserve. So highest poll numbers, highest approval numbers in the history of the VA. I was just given that information yesterday. We restricted visitors' access to 135 veteran community living centers, which house nearly 8,000 veterans with chronic medical conditions, so that we limit their exposure to the virus. We want to totally take care of our veterans. And that's what we're doing. The VA has canceled most elective medical and surgical procedures. They're delaying them until after this is gone, after we've won. We began providing life-saving care to patients who had symptoms across the 171 VA medical centers nationwide. That's a big deal. Under my administration, the VA has also been a leader in expanding telehealth. Telehealth is becoming a bigger factor in medicine. This month, we have taken bold action to cut through the red tape and make telehealth available for millions more Americans during this crisis. They can speak to a doctor from the safety of their home rather than risk becoming infected or making a tremendously long trip. When, frankly, you'll speak to a great doctor right from your home.
All this empty field right here, and I hit a tree.
Telehealth. We're very much at the forefront of that, too. We're very proud of it. And it also takes a big burden off our system. We continue to accelerate the development of safe and effective vaccines.
Actually,
We're
no.
also aggressively investigating a number of antiviral
squad
therapies
mostly
and
on
treatments to
Indahar.
determine their potential and reducing the severity and duration of the symptoms. And you know how I feel, because how I feel is on Tuesday, they're going to be starting it on Tuesday morning. And we're going to have some medications delivered that we're going to see if they work. They certainly are effective in other ways, and they are safe from the standpoint is that they're not killing people. We're not going to have that. So
all right, which
a lot
squad
of great
am I
things have been
on
happening
here?
in that regard. I just want to finish,
Hearts
and then we're
an alpha.
going to ask a couple of people to say a few words that have been so much in the forefront of this incredible job that we've all been given. but I want to say that I know that this is a challenging time for all Americans. We're enduring a great national trial, and we will prove that we can meet the moment. I want to assure the American people that we're doing everything we can each day to confront and ultimately defeat this horrible, invisible enemy. We're at war. In a true sense, we're at war. And we're fighting an invisible enemy. Think of that. For those of you who are feeling alone and isolated, I want you to know that we are all joined together as one people, eternally linked by our shared national spirit. We love our country. The spirit of courage and love and patriotism. No American is alone as long as we are united, and we are united. We're very united.
Alright, where am I
saying
gonna...
things now that 3 weeks ago,
I tried
they didn't
sweeping
talk that
right
way.
this way.
We're very united.
There's no way I'm gonna get this
No
like in
force is
there.
equal to the strength of really a unified America, united America, an America like we have it right now. For those worried and afraid, please know as long as I am president, you can feel confident
Wow.
that you have a leader who will always fight for
Whatever
you.
that thing is, it's
And I will
anti-air
not
as
stop
hell.
until we win. This will be a great victory.
Yeah, look at that
This is going to
quad
be a
barrel
victory.
freaking beast.
And it's going to be a victory that, in my opinion, will happen much sooner than originally expected. It's now attacking, the enemy is attacking 144 countries.
There's gotta be a way to get asunder over there.
That's unthinkable. There's never been anything like this. And it's vicious. It is vicious.
Really?
Some people recover well, and some people have a hard time. We all know that. And we will be totally victorious. We will then get our economy up to a level that it was, and in my opinion, beyond, because there will be a pent-up demand. There is a pent-up demand, and a lot of great things will happen. But I'm very proud of our country. I'm very proud. I'm very proud to be the president. And it's just something that's you're very special people. So thank you very, very much. And I'm going to ask, if I might, a combination of people. I'm just going to
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little bit about what we're doing in Washington, California, and New York. We understand that the states of Washington, New York, and California are experiencing a steady increase in COVID-19 virus cases. In order to assist with additional means identified in those areas, the state of New York was approved for a major disaster declaration this morning. Washington State was also approved earlier today. California submitted their request, and the president will consider it immediately. We have medical supplies en route to these states, including respirators, surgical masks, gowns, face shield, coveralls, gloves.
What traction?
Already delivered to both Washington, New York, and California. And we anticipate additional supplies to be delivered
Jesus,
over the
come
next 42
on.
hours to all these states.
Do I even have
Under
freaking
President
tires
Trump's
on this
unprecedented
bitch?
national
Just
emergency
sliding down the
declaration
entire
on March
goddamn
13th,
mountain.
FEMA is assisting state, local, tribal,
Oh,
and
come on.
territorial governments, including reimbursing eligible emergency protective measures taken at the direction or guidance of public health officials in response to this emergency. All 50 states, the District of Columbia,
Why am
5
I way up
territories,
there?
and 2 tribes are working directly with FEMA.
That's
under
what
the
happens when
nationwide
you have to
emergency
slide all the way down
declaration
that
for
crap.
COVID-19. With the assistance of the FEMA regional administrators who are throughout the country, we are working to address the needs of state and local officials everywhere. States, tribal, and territorial governments do not need to request separate emergency declarations to receive FEMA assistance under this nationwide declaration. The emergency declaration does not authorize direct financial assistance available to individuals such as disaster unemployment assistance or other needs assistance at this time. Just a note on the USNS Mercy. Based on analysis of potential needs for hospital beds on the West Coast, the decision was made that the USNS hospital ship Mercy would have the greatest impact in California. The Department of Defense has been given direction to dispatch it to Los Angeles immediately. The UD has advised that the Mercy can get into position within a week or less of today's order. Even though there are more cases right now in Washington, the projected needs for beds in California is 5 times more that of Washington. The Mercy will be used to take pressure off local hospitals other medical needs, and not for treating COVID-19 cases. And finally, a little bit about the National Guard. The federal government continues to take aggressive action and proactive steps to address the COVID-19 threat as we attack the health and safety.
You would think.
The health and safety
I mean,
of American
hell.
people. It remains our top priority. The National Guard is especially posted and equipped to assist federal, state, local agencies while serving the public. In response to this unprecedented nationwide operation, President Trump has approved Washington, California, and New York National Guard units under Title 32 status for the COVID-19 response. The President's action applied to the nation's governors and to the command of their National Guard forces and the states to use additional resources to meet the conditions necessary in the COVID-19 response. The National Guard is a viable, responsive avenue to provide a much-needed asset that is safe managed and federally supported. And I want to be clear, this Title 32 activation does not federalize National Guard members. The National Guard is still under the authority of each governor. They will work in concert with the Department of Defense. This information circling, I wanted to make sure you understood that this is not martial law. The Department of Defense, by way of a mission assignment, will lead this task. And then finally, we continue to respond to hundreds of requests from governors across the country in filling all their critical needs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Peter Navarro. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. What I want to talk briefly about is the Defense Production Act, and to give you the overview here, using the full power of private enterprise and the full force of the federal government, my job at the White House is to make sure tactically that FEMA and HHS, the American people, particularly our healthcare professionals, get the gloves, the masks, and all of the personal protective equipment they need. And I can tell you, sir, that since you signed the Defense Production Act, my job's gotten easier. And let me explain why.
That's
the Defense
way better.
Production Act, in this context, has two primary functions. One is mobilization of the industrial base, in this case, the public health industrial base, and the other is allocation of resources, both from the supply chain to the manufacturers and from the manufacturers to the end users, such as the healthcare professionals. Now, what we're seeing on a purely voluntary basis, based on the leadership of this administration, we're seeing the greatest mobilization of the industrial base since World War II. And every day I'm working with organizations and companies, National Association of Manufacturing, the National Council of Textile Organizations, and so on, in terms of building up rapidly our capabilities to get what you need. Now, let's think about what mobilization means. It can mean, for example, repurposing a factory. So Pernod Ricard called us last week, and they had 3 hurdles they had to deal with. They called my office, had to make a call to Treasury, FDA, and HHS to clear the path. We got that done that day. They started their production that day, moving from alcoholic beverages to hand sanitizers, and as we speak, a truck is moving towards New York and will arrive there Tuesday to share with the hospitals over 1,000 gallons of sanitizer. So that would be a repurpose. A second example would be one that the President offered with Honeywell. Again, Honeywell called the White House asking for help from the President. And what they said is, look, we want to do this new factory in Smithfield, Rhode Island. They called me on a Friday morning. And by that night, we had a contract in to HHS. HHS flipped that immediately, and I had Honeywell moving people and equipment from Massachusetts to that facility in Smithfield, Rhode Island, and we're going to have those masks produced within 30 days, moving on the assembly chain. So my point is, mobilization is repurposing, building up capabilities. And the other portion is, of course, the allocation of resources. Now, what I can tell you so far is that the Defense Production Act, sir, has given me quiet leverage. When you have a strong leader, you can take a light hand initially. And so what we've seen with this outpouring of volunteers from private enterprise, we're getting what we need without putting the heavy hand of government down. There will be possibly cases down the road, and the manufacturers have actually asked me and alerted me of this, where some places in the supply chain, they may have problems that the White House will have to break through using the Defense Production Act. We won't hesitate to do that. The last thing I'll tell you is that I also get a lot of calls that are very disquieting. Brokers are offering millions of items, whether they're goggles, masks, or whatever, and you go through 3 different brokers, tracing to a warehouse in LA that's allegedly got 10 million masks, and they want to charge you 7 times what they cost. That's price gouging. We are a message to the hoarders. If you got any large quantities of material that this country needs right now, get them to market or get them to us. We'll pay you a fair price. But if you don't do that, we're going to come for you and make sure that doesn't happen in this country. And that would be a good use of the Defense Production Act. So I salute you, sir. You've made my job easier, and I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Mike, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Task Force met this afternoon, as we do every day. And let me begin today by simply saying thank you to the American people. And thank you for the way that people across this country, 7 days into 15 days to slow the spread. The people in communities large and small across America are responding, are cooperating, are communicating. For the health of their family, but more importantly, on behalf of the most vulnerable among us. So, on behalf of your president, and our entire task force, thank you to the Americans. I also want to express our appreciation to the government. The President today has announced action in New York, California, and Washington State. That this administration will do whatever it takes to support the leadership at the state and local level as the American people confront the spread of the coronavirus. The legislative efforts that are underway being negotiated on Capitol Hill as we speak. The bipartisan spirit that's taking place there that's reflected in all of our interactions with state leaders around the country is a great credit to the nation. But it should be a great encouragement to the American people that your government at the federal level, at the state level, working with courageous healthcare providers all across America are coming together to meet this. And that is the way our system works. Extremely important that the American people recognize that one of the things that makes America different is that we have a system of federalism. And that by putting FEMA in the lead, the President has emphasized that our response to the coronavirus is in the anthem of FEMA. It is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. We want the people on the ground, the decision makers, to have what they need. We want states to be able to manage the unique circumstances in their states. And whether it be the legislation moving through the Congress or the efforts the President announced today, major disaster declarations, Title 32 of the National Guard, resources flowing, hospital beds flowing. We're going to continue to make sure that our states have what they need to meet this moment. Our task force continues to focus on the priorities the President's given us. They are testing, mitigation, and supplies. And on the subject of testing, as is evident to people across the country, testing is more and more available every single day. We'll be detailing tomorrow from this podium the progress that we are making on tests. At this day's reporting, 254,000 Americans have been tested and received results in coronavirus tests, with slightly more than 30,000 actually testing positive. There's a bit of an encouraging word in that for every American. Remember, everyone that's being tested now, with the exception of our healthcare workers, are people that have symptoms that make them think they may have the coronavirus. And as our numbers come in consistently, because the 254,000 does not include all the local hospitals or all the local labs in the states. It's working out to be about 1 in 10 Americans who've been tested who thought they had coronavirus. Actually had it. 9 out of 10 did not. But we'll continue to roll out the testing to provide that resource to the Americans.
Oh, what?
And we're working to make testing happen faster. We expect from word from the commercial labs that we should be caught up on the backlog in testing by the middle of the week. And we are urging today, on the President's behalf, that all labs would prioritize in-patient testing. Let me say, in all the commercial labs in the country, you will receive guidance from HHS tomorrow. But on behalf of the President and the White House Coronavirus Task Force, we are urging all commercial labs to prioritize in-patient testing. We want people that have been checked into a hospital, that are being treated for what they suspect to be coronavirus, to receive those tests more quickly. Also, I'm pleased to report that yesterday the FDA approved an emergency authorization on a new test that should be in production by the end of March. It actually will be a coronavirus test, the results of which come back in 45 minutes. And we're also working, the FDA is working with manufacturers around the country to come up with even faster, more innovative tests. And as we told our governors in several calls this week, governors and state health officials should simply contact FEMA for the latest information on testing solutions. Let me also say, tomorrow when we gather at this podium, we'll be unveiling with Dr. Bob Redfield in the lead new guidance for people that work in law enforcement, first responders, people that work in what we call critical infrastructure in the country. It was in early March the CDC issued guidance for people that were asymptomatic or did not have symptoms, but who had been exposed to someone with coronavirus. We gave them guidance about being able to return to work wearing a mask for 14 days. And tomorrow, at this podium, CDC will unveil, in cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security, new guidance which will make it possible for people that have been exposed to return to work more quickly by wearing a mask for a certain period of time. Let me also amplify on behalf of the President and on behalf of the State Department about Americans abroad. One of the reasons why the United States is in a different position today, and portions of Europe are, and China and elsewhere, is because the President suspended all travel from China. He suspended travel from Europe and the UK and Ireland. The State Department is working around the clock to assist Americans who may find themselves overseas. They're able to come home. There's no barrier to Americans coming back to American soil. They're screened when they come home through a series of airports. But we're aware that there's flights being canceled. Some Americans have found themselves unable to find their way home. And as the President said, we've been working very diligently through the State Department to make it possible. Commercial flights have been chartered. We're also working with the military for backup on flights. At this point, the State Department has brought more than 3,000 Americans back home. But speaking to the Secretary of State today, he wanted me to share a website and a phone number for any American that might be looking on from overseas. You can call the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. That's 1-888.
What the fuck?
407-4747. Or you can go online at step.state.gov. This will allow our embassies and consulates to gather important information about your situation and work to facilitate to bring you home. Let me say finally, as I began, let me close. As the chairman or the leader of this White House Coronavirus Task Force, we are 7 days into 15 days, and the American people are responding. Because as we speak about supplies, as we speak about testing, the most important thing every American can do is heed the guidance and the direction from your state and local officials, particularly in areas where we have widespread coronavirus infections. But for every American putting into practice these measures that the President alluded to at the very beginning of his remarks is a way that we can do this. We can lessen the magnitude of the coronavirus in our country.
Damn.
With the cooperation, compassion, generosity, and prayers of the American people, we can slow the spread, we can protect the most vulnerable, and we can heal our land. So let's do it, Mark.
Thank you very much. So, just a couple of little things so we'll take some questions. Maybe you'll have some, maybe not. Shot, we'll have them covered. But, I don't know the best thing to do. If it works out, I think it might. We need testing reversals and easier than existing tests, which is quite complex and not a lot of fun. Wow. And this will be a game changer. But remember, we inherited a broken, obsolete system.
Things are heated.
It is good for a small number of people, but not good for millions of people that we're talking about. And we've made this into doing it should something like this happen again. So our people have done a fantastic job. And we certainly are looking forward to that. That will be a very simple test by comparison. It won't be unpleasant at all. And one of the ships, so we have the Mercy, and it's in on the West Coast now. And we have a sister ship. It's essentially a twin. They're incredible. I mean, they're incredible ships. I've seen it. I've seen one of them. They are unbelievable what they can do in capacity. Many of them, when they work on ships, they're not really operating stainless steel. These windows, those anywhere in the conversation today, a number of conversations actually, is working very hard. And we are going to be bringing that ship that's going to that ship will be coming over the next 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks.
What the?
It was in the middle of maintenance, and we are moving the maintenance very, very quickly, and we're also supplying the ship simultaneously. It's actually big supplies going into those ships, big. And that ship will be coming up here over the next few weeks. And we'll probably be putting it in New York Harbor. And we're making arrangements for that also as to where it's going to be docked. So you have the Mercy and you have the Comfort. They'll be coming up. The Mercy will start very, very quickly. It'll be arriving in Los Angeles pretty soon. So we look forward to that. A question? ABC.
Thank you. First of all, Senator Paul testing positive. When's the last time you had in-person contact with him?
Gee, I think it was quite a while ago.
But also,
it's been a long time.
On top of Senator Paul, now 4 senators are in isolation, and the rules say that in order to vote, they have to be there.
Who are they?
Romney, Senator Lee, Senator Gardner, and Senator Rick Scott. Also, 2 of them were in contact with.
Rick is coming out.
With the critical stimulus package vote expected.
Romney's in isolation?
Yes.
Gee, that's too bad. Go ahead.
Gee, that's too.
No,
sir.
No whatsoever.
Do you think that Congress should consider changing the rules to allow them to vote remotely if it comes to this critical stimulus?
I was thinking about it today, and I'm saying, you could have a lot of senators and a lot of House members. I spoke last night with a very, very good man who happens to be in the House, as you know, and he's just started, and he tested positive.
Oh, what?
So you could have a large number of people, and they're from
They've
Congress.
kicked us out of there.
Between House and Senate, you could have a large number. And I think it's something, at least, I fully understand why you should be there. I think it may be a constitutional reason why.
Wow. Okay, then can't go there.
You should, but we could be in a position where I would certainly be in favor of it with it. could vote from a certain outside location. I would be in favor of it. I was thinking.
There's no one here.
Thinking about it today. I mean, we could be in this with what's going on. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. You could have a lot of people in there from Congress, and it would certainly be. They may tell me there's a reason. Constitutional, and it may be, but I would be totally in favor of it on a temporary basis.
It does seem like negotiations still have a ways to go on the stimulus package. Are you concerned about the timing at all? In the
Well, we have an interesting thing. You know, we all want to get to the same place, but we're different. We want to, and I just wrote this down just a little while ago. We want to protect the workers very much. So do they. So do the Democrats. We also want to protect the worker through their companies. We don't want to necessarily.
Oh, he managed to
help
land the
worker
frickin'
anyway,
thing.
But ideally, they could go back to one of their great companies. You know, you have great. Companies that are in financial trouble now, and we need money to help those. Companies so they get back into where they should be, health. You know, most of these companies 4 weeks ago were having the best year they've ever had. Last year was the best year, almost all of them. Other
Kind
than
of
Boeing,
avoid the
which is,
biolab for now.
incredibly had problems, big percentage of GDP. But we have to be able to work with Boeing. Boeing was a great company and will be a great company again, I think, shortly. So we have to work with the companies, and they don't want to do that. It's crazy. They don't want to do that. I don't want stock buybacks, so I don't know where the problem is there, but I know that's one of the things that they're talking about. I do not want stock buybacks. I don't want to give a bailout to a company and then somebody go out and use that money to buy back stock in the company and raise the price and then get bonus. Okay?
No.
I may be Republican, but I don't like that. I want them to use the money for the workers. I want
Why do
them
they have
use
to have
the
bail
money for
right next to the
company.
freaking change
To help the
camera?
company.
Or like freaking R, I mean. Just trying to reload it and fucking.
In the airline business to take care of their planes and all of the things they have to do, including I don't want to have any stock buybacks. The Democrats are with me. I don't know what the problem is with that. I can't imagine that is too tough. We want to be able to take care of our people. You're going to have things coming up. We're going to have some of the elements that they're talking about. They're down to, I mean, literally 95% of things that you would think that they would agree and you think the Republicans wouldn't agree to. And unemployment, as an example, was one of the things they talked about. Unemployment insurance. I think we're very close on that, but right now they're not. So So right now they're not there. But I think that the Democrats want to get there, and I can tell you for a fact the Republicans want to get there. And I don't think anybody actually has a choice. It's a bold package. It's a big package. We do have money for one of the things is we do have money for saving small businesses. I don't imagine the Democrats, because we have a lot of money set aside for small businesses. We also have a lot of money set aside for big businesses. You know, the big, powerful companies that were powerful 4 weeks ago, and today they're overextended. Look at the cruise line. That's a tremendous business, a big business, very important to Florida, and unthinkable a month ago. It's just unthinkable. They're selling all sorts of records. They're building new ships.
Oh, wow.
We can't let the cruise lines go.
Survive tactical strike, ran over that.
Numbers of jobs for our country, and actually for the world, but for our country, it's a massive business.
Just orbital strike this place
It doesn't take
again.
much to keep them going. So we have to provide for that. But I think both the Democrats and the Republicans are agreed that we have to take care of our workers, and we're going to be doing that in numerous ways, including a substantial cash ban.
When it comes to the Defense Production Act, we know that governors across the country all day today were pleading with you to utilize the DPA, saying that they need it specifically for that allocation piece that you mentioned, Mr. Navarro. Why not use it now if that would answer their pleas for help?
Well, we are using it now. The fact that I signed it, it's in effect. But you know, we're a country not based on nationalizing our business. Call a person over in Venezuela, ask them how did nationalization of their businesses work out? Not too well.
Nice!
The concept of nationalizing our business is not a big concept. But I'll tell you why. As Peter said, we may have to use it someplace along the chain, but we're getting calls. Here's the beauty of it. If we go out and we want, let's say, masks, we don't know who to call on masks, but Hanes, who makes things of cotton, various elements, lots of things, it's a great company, they called us and they said, we're going to make millions of masks. We got a call today from 3M. There's a big article today, the head of 3M. They're going to make tremendous products, and they're more or less in that business. And if they're not, like for instance, General Motors spoke to us about ventilators. The beauty is they're calling us. If you go the nationalization route, we're going to call a company to make a ventilator. They don't even know what a ventilator is. In the case of one company, they used to make them years ago, and they know how to make them. You know, it's a very complex piece of equipment.
Oh my God!
Is I think Peter said it may be better than anybody's
It's
going to say.
freaking crazy.
We have the threat of doing it if we need it. We may have to use it somewhere along the supply chain in a minor way. But we have millions of masks being done. We have respirators. We have ventilators. We have a lot of things happening right now. So just the threat of using it, but using it's actually a big deal. I mean, when this was announced, it sent tremors through our business community and through our country. Because basically, what are you doing? You're talking about you're going to nationalize an industry, or you're going to nationalize. You're going to take away companies. You're going to tell companies what to do. But the truth is, most people nobody would know what to say. There are companies out there that you wouldn't think of that have called us that say, we can do ventilators. We used to do them years ago, and they can do them in large quantities. Other if I call companies and say, you build ventilators, they don't even know what a ventilator is. So it's really working out very well. One of the reasons I read the numbers to you is because we've given vast numbers of just about everything. We've taken it out of our supply, and we're restocking our supply. But we're really backing up the governors. The governors have to go out and do their things, and you have a lot of governors, they've done a fantastic job. You have some that haven't. Usually it's the ones that complain that have the problems. But we've had a great relationship, as an example, with Governor Cuomo.
We got the botany wing
Newsom.
back.
We've had a great relationship with the state of Washington. Those are three hotbeds. Now, we're also dealing with other states. As the Admiral said yesterday, we're dealing with all of the states, actually, in one form or another. Some are very affected in a very minor way, where you have 2 people or 3 people. And I don't even mean deaths, I mean literally cases. And that's different than New York, where you have tremendous...
Wow.
Everybody, I lived there for a long time. Everybody's extremely close, tight, and you have a lot of cases in New York. And we're helping Governor Cuomo. We're helping Governor Newsom. frankly, they've been total gentlemen. They want to get it done, and we want to get it done. But doing it the way we're doing it is much better. It's really much better.
But in terms of, I'm asking about the supply chain, not about allocation, not about manufacturing. So the companies, it's not about nationalizing the companies, it's about the allocation.
We coordinate with the states, and we are coordinated with the states.
Why do we
and for the
have
most
that
part, the
spawn point?
coordination's
That's
been very good.
just so weird.
3 days ago, I had a phone call with all the governors. I actually allowed
know if we have
the
any
press
other
to
air
stay.
bases
They weren't supposed to stay. And one person in the media said, that was surprising. It's actually a little risky doing that because we had Democrats and we had Republicans. And, they're politicians and they always have something to say. Well, I took a lot of calls and we really didn't get one nasty or bad response. They were thanking us for the job we did. And I had the press standing. I don't know if you were there. I don't think so. I had the press standing there watching. They weren't supposed to be there, but I said, let them stand there. The governors were very complimentary, very, very complimentary. And I watched over the last few days Governor Cuomo. I watched Gavin Newsom, California. I watched both of them, and they've been, very complimentary. And those are really the hotbeds. And so we want to keep that going. I'm very proud of this country, and I'm frankly very proud of a lot of the politicians that normally we're fighting with. We have different views on things, a little different view, but we're going to get to the same place. We have different views, but we're going to get to the same place. Yeah, please.
I wanted to ask if you're considering an executive order to free elderly, non-violent criminals from federal prisons.
I think he's screwed.
Asked about that, and we're going to take a look at it. It's a bit of a problem. But when we talk about totally non-violent, we're talking about use of totally non-violent prisoners. We are actually looking.
Come on, gents, let's go.
Ask also, your administration eliminated a key position in China in July, a medical epidemiologist embedded in China's disease control agency, and it was just months before the first cases were spotted in Wuhan. So the question is basically why the post was eliminated. And
well, I could ask anybody. Would you like to take that one, Bob? But this is just like all of the other stuff that that the press was asking. All of which turned out to be, we actually gave CDC more money, not less money. They said we defunded. It turned out it was more money. Every one of those things that were said were 100% wrong. And this sounds like another one of them, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, as you know, CDC has offices all around the world right now to do our function to detect and prevent and respond to outbreaks where they occur. The China office is actually being augmented as we speak, and we've been embedded there for over 30 years. There's a reason they call it the Chinese CDC, because we've had that productive partnership.
Mr. President, I wish, again, our relationship with China is a very good relationship. I wish they told us 3 months sooner that this was a problem. We didn't know about it. They knew about it, and they should have told us. We could have saved a lot of lives throughout the world. If you look at what's happening in Italy and Spain and a lot of other countries, we could have saved a lot of lives throughout the world. Kelly?
Mr. President, given the diagnosis for Senator Paul and people being self-quarantined, what concerns do you have about the direct threat to the function of the Senate, the ability to get this important package that people are waiting for passed? And should Americans be expecting you to extend the 15 days, given the climate of how this is spreading at this point?
Well, I hope we won't have to.
Hello.
It's possible, but we'll have
What
to
up?
see how that works. As far as the Senate is concerned, we are looking at some...
Marco, can you hear me, right?
Folks are feeling very good. Some
All right, cool.
are quarantined, but they're negative. They may be totally fine. Okay? Others are positive. We're just finding this now for the first time. Over the last 2 years, we found out.
Threat to the aid package that Americans are waiting for?
Honestly, I don't see any threats at all. It'll all work out. It is a question, and a very good question. I thought that we are considering. Now, I don't know if you can do it constitutionally, but we are considering.
I don't know what the hell keeps
letting,
phasing out on my
people
other computer.
Vote, senators, congressmen and women, vote from a
Losing this. Focus out
station
there.
from a outside, namely a hospital or a home depending on where they are. So we are looking at that. It's a little trickier question than most people would believe, but we are looking at that very strongly.
Speaking of this, I think Kelly was kind of alluding to it while looking up here. They weren't able to get the 60 votes to move the package for the cloture vote. I'm curious just your reaction to that sort of today. What is Mitch McConnell telling you and the Senator?
All the time, and we're dealing with Mitch, we're dealing with the other side. Everybody wants to get there. We'll see what happens. I think they'll get there. It's to me. It's
I thought that was a friendly over there. God damn it!
We have to save the companies. Because as soon as we're finished with this,
so I had a dude pop onto my Twitch chat earlier, and I guess he's a fellow TR, and he gave me a shit ton of codes.
But we have to get it to that position, and we have to make sure that those companies are whole. That
What
they
happened?
haven't been disbanded.
He gave me a crap ton of like codes for
So in a way,
Planetside
it's
2.
penny wise if you don't.
Oh, who
But
did?
We want to help the worker.
The original
We wanna help the
Quaz
companies that the
popped into
workers
my
come from.
Twitch
Because
chat.
if those
Yeah.
companies go out of business, and that includes small businesses. We have a tremendous amount of small business work in there. You know that. Once they go out and they come back, that's a much longer period.
There was a woman that was an American that was shooting.
Bad things were happening to her in a certain country, and the feeling that
Why did it seem like there's something freaking heavy? What the hell?
she's already been free. And I have to tell you, General Motors, General Motors does not plug in. Very interesting fact. They got
All right, well, what was that?
They got her out of the
I got you, Trump, and the game all talking at the same time. What's up?
Invite me to a squad.
Oh yeah. Let me. Done. I'm not sure if you'll end up going in the same one that I'm in though. I'm in Alpha Hearts. Well, you're down close. That's fine. Green enough. I'm on Indar, by the way. There's a pretty beastie battle going on here. Where you at, Connor?
Coming over to Ender now.
I don't like the Valkyries. They fly really weird.
I'm in your
Yeah, there's
gunning for you.
Hold on, there's a galaxy literally was trying to land on my head. I hate these things. Alright, I think we're gonna avoid the God, most of the squads at the biolab and the reserve. Let's go give these guys some air support. Commencing air support.
Got them on their heels.
Hell yeah. What the fuck? Okay, I hate how these things fly. They feel heavy as fuck for no reason. Like, they're mostly empty. It's just an empty carrier.
I survived.
Nice.
I'll
just spawn on the Sunder that's really close to you.
You should put an anti-infantry gun on the next one.
I don't usually like to use those ones. I would much rather be in a Liberator.
No, switch your gun module for the gunner to an anti-infantry gun.
Yeah, but on which one? Because I don't even like flying the Valkyries.
Oh. Well,
And I
never
don't
mind.
really have enough to unlock a different gun right now. Yeah, I couldn't even if I wanted to. You talking like the Valkyrie? One of the Valkyries? That CAS 14 or something? More than likely, yeah.
CAS, I think, is anti-infantry.
Yeah.
Something with, like...
But those, like, yeah, I need to start saving up some credits. I've been doing a lot of infantry upgrading lately. Like my engineer, I can passively heal my aircraft while I'm in it. Okay, so it looks like we pretty much got the research lab back. Whose tank is this?
You figured out, like, how do we make our characters, like, stronger?
What? Yeah?
The implants, is that it? Part of it?
Yes, that's part of it. Go into the menu, classes, and you'll see, like, when you have engineer selected, you'll see engineer certs. You'll click on that, and down in suit slot is where you can find, like, they're really cheap at first, but then they build up. So for, like, shield capacitors and nano weave armor and flak armor. Yeah, found it?
Yeah. I can, I really think I have the best one right now for Nanoweave Armor 5.
Yeah, some classes have certain things fully unlocked already, but... Oh. Whose is that? Yay, we have our freaking super carrier. Oh, I can't spawn in it though. fuck it then. I'm going to deploy back at the warp gate. Connor, where you at?
I'm just looking at my
so you haven't
stuff
spawned?
right now. No, I've spawned.
Oh. Are you at the warp gate?
No, I'll redeploy here in a second. I don't know what implants to do. Okay, I'm gonna respawn now. Where are you?
The warp gate?
Okay.
Alright, hold on, I was getting chilled ready. I'm at the warp gate, but in the Valkyrie. Or not a Valkyrie, a Liberator. Yeah.
I'm in.
Hey, proxy chat. Anybody want to ride?
I think your chat was working.
That guy looks confused. Alright, fuck it. No rides for them. Oh wow, he's got that thing low.
You go into our platoon?
Yeah.
Point.
Sort of. Most of the squad's actually up in the tower. So I'm kind of just meeting up with the frigate.
Nice.
We are proud today.
Jeez. Got a couple new clips on my Twitch. I like dove into a bunker and survived a freaking laser. And then I was like trying to RPG this Sunderer. And all of a sudden the freaking place got a laser airstrike. And it went just flying into the air and I watched it explode on a rock upside down.
So much easier to play it.
Oh, with your setup?
On my 2K 144 hertz monitor.
Damn. Nah, it just wasn't even fair. Place just got fucked. Another one.
Call this tactical superiority. The facility is secure.
Yeah, get dicked on, retards.
Too bad I can't lock turrets. we fucking go. God damn. So many have tried, so many have died. God, that guy can sprint. Noni?
Excuse me, get the fuck out. Got a triple, baby.
Nice. Okay, I don't want to have to drive all the way there. For real, it's gonna make me. Which I think. Oh, I really need to upgrade my Sunder. I need to put some of those fucking crazy traction tires on it. No. No. Come on, bitch. Get out of this fucking hole. No.
Shit.
Freaking come on. Roll and cover, baby. Ah!
Can we continue to improve communication to make sure that we're all on the same page? Can you describe how the case count works?
Sure. So at the Pennsylvania Department of Health, the numbers that we are releasing, we are pulling together at...
Is that a man or a woman? What the fuck?
Doing our daily press release. And so other county municipal health departments might be collecting and releasing their data at a different time of day or on an ongoing basis. So there might be a discrepancy for a short period of time. We are going to continue to release our results, which we collect from throughout the state. Again, we collect results from our laboratory, hospital health system laboratories, from LabCorp, Quest, etc. at 12 noon each day, and we will release the results at that time.
Oh, my head is shite.
Get food. Not everyone can prepare food at their home, and so takeout and delivery can be very essential for certain people. And so that would be considered a life-sustaining business in terms of the business criteria at this time.
From the morning call, can you give an overview of the activities of Pennsylvania?
And it's time for humanity to stand up in the info war and say, I don't know what's going to happen at the end of this, but you want to fight, you better believe you got one!
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
And we are live on this Saturday, March 21st, 2020 transmission.
Feels like I was at your place for just a weekend and not a whole week or over a week.
Things got back to normal that fast. You just kind of walked back into your computer. I'm like, oh, just another day.
Radio and TV stations out there, though we have commandeered the main radio satellites and TV satellites to send out our retransmission. The satellite up on the road. We have taken over all the internet streams at Infowars.com, Newswars.com, and
Probably would have been better if you were combined inside.
So we are live
Yeah.
at 2:05 Central Time, 3:05 Eastern. That would be noon, 12:05 Pacific, 1:05 Mountain on this March 21st Saturday transmission. Want people to know we are live. I knew there'd be a ton of news, even after I got off air yesterday, and even after I finished watching the War Room with Owen Schroyer, that needed to be covered. And this is the fourth night in a row that I really can't sleep. Maybe I had 2 hours. And I appreciate the crew that's already a skeleton crew working 7 days a week right now. At least 14 hours a day. They've all come in, a large part of the crew, to cover all of the insanity of what's unfolding. The National Institutes of Health says up to 70,000 cases next week, 20% of the population now on lockdown. Economy deteriorating fast. And that's, the bottom one's really the big one. Because we are an industrialized society, 90% urban and city, 10% rural. National studies show about half of those that are rural are self-sufficient. From the Great Depression, the majority of Americans were self-sufficient. Today, 5% are. U.S. economy deteriorating faster than anticipated as 80 million Americans forced to stay at home. And the left and the globalists and the EU are saying, we want 18 months, year and a half. China's back to business now. They're just ignoring the virus. And they're having some deaths. It's a dangerous virus, but compared to many viruses, not that death. Because it's targeted only, which is sad.
Their ship's here. Where are you at? Their ship. Oh, it's not quite over you yet.
During the Great Depression. That's when we were again more than 50% self-sufficient, 9% rural. It happens now. War of the Worlds. And there was a big article out I saw on Drives where they had quotes from
Connor, you madman.
We've learned he's being pressured.
Watch out, it's above you to your right.
Law, and then stop the riots and looting that come once people run out of food and water. So we're creating a much bigger problem. And it's the left, it's the globalists, it's academia, it's big tech, it's the authoritarian EU, it's the Chi-Coms using this to seize power. Now let me tell you the big news that I'm going to cover in quadrants, in big slices. Already knew this, you already knew this. It's like knowledge. I wonder, why didn't I think about it? I've known that for 30, 40 years. That zinc lozenges causes zinc in death.
Oh, don't go over there.
If you've got it to levels you need. But you've got to have it up front. Then I saw them on the news saying there's no treatment, there's no prevention, there's no nothing. So I went. And I spent last night, once I got back up about 3:30, about 2 a.m. And I spent 2 hours reading Harvard, Vanderbilt, Johns Hopkins, Oxford, major Japanese universities. We posted just 4 studies and then a big drill down by Oxford. All of them on Infowars.com right now. This is valuable information. But it'll take you 2 hours to speed. 3. 2 hours. But here's the bottom line. They hope the viruses can't get in. And if some get through the wall...
Oh, jeez.
They can't replicate if there's zinc inside of the cells. What do you think chloroquine does? It forces zinc into the cells. And that's the drug they admit is really effective against it. So, Oxford University report on documented antiviral effects on in trouble and governments that are authoritarian are all using a set of precedent for holding martial law, 1984 style, because they're in trouble with it. And here's the evidence of that. Listen to these headlines. Israel debates, quote, total suspension of individual freedom in the Knesset.
Oh, no.
As we said before, the 1984 scenario, that's what they said in the Knesset, is likely soon to president the country, neighborhood of the year, you know already. Then you read the stuff that happened in the Knesset. I was watching the video this morning. And I mean, it is like, we need tyranny. We need to arrest everyone. We need cell phones. We already have with our Shin Bet to track people a long time. And make sure they don't get within 10 feet of each other. And if anyone gets within 10 feet of each other, the cell phones know and will arrest you. Benjamin Netanyahu, who I'm not even against. It's just a fact. He lost an election. He can barely hold power in the parliament because he's got a coalition of other groups, not a two-party system. It's like Merkel's super unpopular, but she can stay in power. She always makes her deals with other groups because she's still got control of the government. His wife's been indicted. He's in big trouble. And even Iraq says, here's the headline, Netanyahu is using coronavirus to hold on to power. There's another one. They've had a year and a half with a yellow vest. Macron approval rating is in the teens. 17% last time I said. He's totally hated. There's a revolution against him at every level, and now he says you can't go on the street without my authorization. Thousands of French citizens ignore quarantine and top issue 39,000 citations for violating lockdown, but will not give homeless, migrants, or invading Muslims. That's it. That's in the news. Neither will Sweden. They are gods. But the well-behaved French, you're here to submit. It's like well-behaved Americans, you're here to submit. Macron protests take to Paris streets in defiance of coronavirus lockdown. French police lockdown for Paris double-vested by coronavirus. It's incredible. So, the police are on the side. They know what's happening. They're speaking out against Macron. They're like, why are we going to keep our own people on the street but let people flood in? It's like they announced in Sweden last week. All air travel is shut down in or out of the country unless it's New Zealand-funded Soros-backed planes that land 4 or 5 times a day, jumbo jets from the Middle East and Africa with military-aged men being disgorged. That will continue, and they are not to be searched. And all over the country, the homeless are exempt from the curfews and anything else because they are gods. Now, where did all this come from? Well, Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. We just lost this year-long battle with Taiwan protesters. It was spreading all over mainland China. That's already going to remove it. And so here comes this virus that was man-made out of the Wuhan Bioweapons Laboratory. It uses the exact same symbol as the Umbrella Corporation. Zombie horror movie. Oh yeah, they're in your face.
Got extra ammunition.
And every socialist, every communist, every globalist government, every globalist city, every globalist corporation shuts everything down on the surface to again create with a steroid. It's time for America to recognize that Congress, the Chinese president, is not our friend. And that's a very intelligent headline there. Stating the fact. So, that's what's really happening here. And now I saw it on the news this morning on Fox. Phone companies are looking to work with the government to make sure that people don't congregate more than 10 people and or to call the police when they see the cell phones get close and to make sure social distancing, you stay within 10 feet when the police will be called. Exactly what China rolled out a few months ago in Wuhan, then China-wide is now spreading to Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Japan, Europe, United States, England. It's all seamlessly prepared for this last month of last year. It's disease X. The UN said was coming. Bill mitigates 65 million for coronavirus 4 weeks ago. Tabletop drilled. It's all TV shows, movies, on Netflix, and death is imminent, airing in December and January. Discovery Channel history show about the end of the world. All of it produced been ready for a year in the pipeline for this big move. Now, you can talk all day about what is this really for, what's the end game. But it sells the technocracy, it sells surveillance, it sells social isolation, it shuts down the small companies, it powers the big ones. It's a vertical integration. God gave us things because our immune system. The system doesn't want that known. They want to lie to you and say, nano silver never did anything good. The UN says. Even in also says communism good, capitalism bad. Global warming, the carbon tax, and Rothschild. They also say, oh, zinc doesn't help it. New York Times. Total lie. Zinc is so established. I mean, vitamin D is very important. Silver is very important. They're all just bolstering defenses. None of them are fantasy. But zinc is close. Be careful. High level doses. But it is exactly that. And I've got the studies on the nebulizers and putting in the lungs and what they do all over the world, but they won't let U.S. hospitals
Lights
do it
out.
because big pharma wants more dead
Took them long enough, dude. I was just
they want you to buy their expensive drugs.
hugging rockets. Like it's twaint nobody's up here.
Bayer just gave away millions of doses of it. The U.S. government, good. You see, why are they not promoting it? Because it's cheap.
I want to try to get another Sunderer up in there.
Zinc into the body. Didn't have enough zinc? Well, they got drugs that'll pull it out of your tissues and force it into them. It's just better to have plenty of it already. I already take, vitamin infusion that has some zinc in it. Let me tell you, I've been taking zinc because I remembered this. Now it's getting so serious. I took 30 milligrams of it. It's about 3 times per year. I mean, just the mental effect of vitamins and minerals is crazy. So we call it the real red pill. Our vitamin, mineral multivitamin, the highest quality with a big dose of zinc in it. And then the pregnenolone under it, look into what that is. Doctors were prescribing that for almost 100 years, but it doesn't cost a lot of money, so they don't prescribe it anymore.
I'm not doing so good.
Want it banned. Because of what it does for so many people and so many foods. Well, it's called the real red pill, the red pill plus. Which, by the way, is 50% off right now.
Yeah, I need that more. I need those tires for the Sunderer.
It is not meant to treat or diagnose the novel coronavirus. And oxygen is not meant to let humans
Every
live.
faction has a ship out right now.
You cannot say you need oxygen. You do not need oxygen. Actually, don't put a bag around your head or get in the garage with carbon monoxide, you'll die. You've actually got to have oxygen. But the point is that it doesn't actually treat or cure it, because it's when you have, in all these studies, I'm going to show you from top scientists, not me, them, that when you don't have enough of it and you're deficient, that's how the viruses get in.
Where am I?
Which I've always said, because I read the literature.
Nowhere near where I want to be.
So much of cancer is viral deficiencies. Look up zinc and colon cancer. Look up zinc and lung cancer. It's just insane how much of this, and how the UN admits almost 3 billion people alive have a mental disability or have been mentally reduced. You read the actual quotes, it's still even on Wikipedia about iodine. Pull up iodine deficiency on Wikipedia, and it links to the UN, everything, admits it. That almost 3 billion people
Nice to see that we're in a squad with MAGA forever.
or lower IQ because of iodine deficiency. Does the news tell you iodine massively boosts your immunity? Do they tell you zinc does it? Well, I spent over an hour this morning. Over an hour this morning. Typing into search engines, Bing and Google and others, zinc and coronavirus, and there was almost nothing. I found local doctors in Oklahoma, California, and New York talking about Nobel Prizes and stuff for it, and it was hidden in little local news. Nothing. But I typed in zinc antiviral, and that's where there's literally thousands of of studies. Thousands of studies. So here's how it works. You need oxygen to live. If you don't have it, and then you asphyxiate, and then your brain dies for more than about 4 or 5 minutes.
I can't tell what I'm even shooting at, but I'm doing damage to
back.
something.
You're dead. Unless you fall into icy water that they've proven can freeze you up to like 5-6 hours. They pull kids out and they've lived because they put them in suspended animation, kind of quasi-froze themselves until the metabolic system.
I got a turret kill
shut
from
down and they were able to get them out.
Really long
but
way
if you
away.
get strangled, 4 minutes, you're dead on average. It's the same thing. So then once you're strangled and dead, I can't put oxygen into you and make you live. It's totally true that if you already have the coronavirus, it's already spread in your body from all the literature I've read, in my view, and you already have it in your lungs and stuff, and you've already got it, well, it's like, well, no, now the zinc's not going to help. Now the vitamin D's not going to help. It got in, it replicated. Doing it after the fact, there's actually a bunch of studies that it helps in one of the treatments, but they aerosolize it, the doctors shoot it down to the lungs and all that. I'm not a doctor. I'm just reading what they say. But you need to have it before. You need the oxygen before you die. You need the water before you die of dehydration. You need the food before you die of starvation. You need the knowledge before you fall into the pit. Your kidneys are known to not go out of the backyard and get the white van with the man that offered him the candy and the puppy.
Oh, you need to play on like max sensitivity when you're flying.
So see, they have these lawyers that write all this stuff, and they know how to deceive you. I never said nanosilver was a cure or a treatment. I said at point-blank range in the studies, the coronavirus family, and I was showing you the studies, up against it, like it says in these studies, zinc has this electrical charge and fries them. Same thing with silver, same thing with copper. You know, you send electricity down the copper. Conductor. That's what these studies said. They just said, I said, if you've got this, you're fine. No, you're not fine. And they don't have something, if you've got a rundown immune system and you've already got it, that can save you if your body doesn't feel. But see, that's how they.
How do you auto hover?
Russian scientists.
Certain ones. What are you in?
Kills flu virus.
Mosquito.
And they could protect against
there is no auto hover.
What is the material? Who knows what it is? There's so much stuff, folks, and they just don't want you to know about it. Ah, nanosilver, evil. Oh, nanosilver. The Pentagon certified it in 2005 and uses it. And that's what I said on air. I didn't say I had a cure. I didn't say I had a treatment. I read the Pentagon documents that say the same things the Russians are saying and the same thing Newsweek is saying. But because I'm Alex Jones, I was out at Zilker Park. There wasn't as many people. There were some there being thought criminals. And one ran up. Most people were shaking my hand. She said, shame on you. And this, I said, what? She goes, silver. People are going to turn blue like Papa Smurf. And I went, the guy that did that in whole silver bars and thousands of times what has been approved for hospitals and stuff. He wanted to turn blue. He makes money off of it. She goes, actually, I know that. She goes, actually, I know silver. Actually, I've read the stuff, and I still just don't like it. Like, okay, well, whatever. So that's how crazy all of this is. That's how. Okay, let me get back into the big breaking news because we have. Let me just settle down because I'm ranting. You have government saying we want 1984 total loss of liberty, and it's all the communist Chinese, Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, who's in big trouble, and Trump. And you love those guys or hate them. They're all in trouble, and they're the ones bringing out absolute martial law. And it's Democrats and globalists everywhere that are power grabbing, and Gavin Newsom looks like he's having an orgasm now. He's on TV about the power grab. And so does Cuomo and all these other unpopular people. And then you've got the good news that I'll go over after we take some calls. The Oxford University report on documented antiviral effects of zinc in the human body, and then all the studies being reposted with links. You can go read it for yourself. How it goes into the cell, and then the viruses can't manufacture using the mitochondrial DNA. The virus takes over the cell, replicates itself, and it coats the cell. And when they come up against it, it says it has an electrical charge that fries it, that disables it. And they even have electron microscope photos and graphs showing them, burning them up, like Star Trek. The Enterprise pulls up and shoots the Klingons and they blow up. There's actual electron microscope photos in sync showing them where it pulls up against it and it's bye, 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 bye. But it doesn't work if it's not already in. And that's what studies say. Treat or cure. Again, you choke to death. I've got some before you're dead. Gotta have the oxygen before. I can't forget.
Oh my god, it's chaos up here.
Already been dead enough. I can't look on a ventilator and bring you back. And these scum in the media and corporations.
There's no quit in SDR, soldier.
And the because I noticed all over the country, local news has medical doctors, virologists, some of them quite famous on saying, well, actually, and then get some sunlight, drink clean water, get a lot of zinc, and what are you, a doctor? Yeah, they're
I can't tell where that flak's coming from.
And all I'm doing is quoting what they said. The system doesn't want the people to know because they want you to be scared and locked up in your house and just absolutely in there in a catatonic state. Okay, let me hit the other stuff and I'm going to go to your calls. Toll-free number on this live Saturday global transmission. The TV, radio, satellites is going on everything right now. 877-789-2539, 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. First responders, folks affected by the virus, go to the headline. Please let us know, 877-789-2539. International line, country code, 512-646-1776. Okay. Let me settle down now and tell you. We're going to cover a mystery at the end of the next week. When I was sent this week, look at the video, there's no one there in the shot. They just crop it out and show people in hazmat suits like it's a big hysterical deal. And I confirmed people I know in hospitals, they go to be tested. One of my crew did, and they wouldn't let them do it. There's no one there. Now, I'm not saying that this is a hoax and no one's dying. There's all sorts of viral stuff out there. But you look at the videos in China of 2 people in the street flopping around, totally fake. They weld people in the doors, the stuff, people running through hospitals with stretchers and then stopping the camera. Xi Jinping executes you if you film something you're not allowed to. They were told to go out and hype this up. It turns out China did overhype the danger of the virus. That's been in the news. So there is a lot of examples of this. That this was a war weapon, a psychological weapon to be used against us. This is the best example. We're lying down at most of the shots. Both sides of the street, talking about stuff, it's a Syrian right to be fake. They'll be swapping for guns and stop the bullets. Is that good? So there's just a lot of this going on. So why is it going on? I'm not saying the virus isn't real. I'm saying what's behind it. No sooner. And I haven't seen this morning, but Mike Adams sent me this article. Overhead shot, please. LA County gives up on containing coronavirus, tells doctors to skip testing. So that's what we've been told you guys for weeks.
How do I get off this without crashing? I don't know if you can. He's just leaving it. Whoa. Pilot.
NAACP Award.
Quota recovery.
The People's Choice Award.
Quota recovery.
I mean, I'm not going to list all the films.
Oh shit! I may have spoken too soon.
He's a smart guy. He was there and shot all this, and then compares it. He's joining us into the next hour, and we're going to look at this because. Why would the CDC ship people in with coronavirus by the thousands knowingly and then dump them out? Remember that in San Antonio and other areas? Unless they know something we don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but it isn't computing. It's like if you put something in your gas tank and your car seized up and black smoke came out. You'd go, you know, that didn't smell or look like gasoline. What was that? You don't know. Is it salt water? Is it piss? Is it vinegar? Is it lemonade? It's not gasoline. Something's going on. And I hate to even bring up all the fake stuff in China without telling the crew, because there's so much of it. But in post, this is live now, we're going to archive it later. Maybe we should put an addendum video, just of all the anomalies in China. If we could just lay down and then go for the camera. And then the person's so dumb uploading it, they don't even cut off the first part that's fake. And it just goes on. So, people running into hospitals with stretchers. Find some of those for next hour. We can't, like running in real scared, and then they stop. You see the camera crews, they're all high-fiving and stuff. I mean, this looks like a Hollywood production. I'm not saying people aren't dying in Italy. 400 a day, they say. I'm not saying people are dying each hour right now in New York, and they've got it up there like it's the end of the world. And look, we're live. It's my fault for not getting those videos ready. I don't want to put any more out. Because I want to put the fake. Because I'm not saying people aren't dying. But there's videos where they lie down, a man and a woman in China and flop. Remember some of the first ones that people running into the stretcher. I don't want any of them. I go to break. I will come and prove them. Nobody's bad. We'll play the proper ones. It's just going to send me to the you guys try to find them, and it's not the ones I know are fake. Like the minute I saw the Knob Creek machine gun shootout video, everybody knows that video. Every year they do it. And they said it was Trump letting the Turks blow up a city in Syria.
What is wrong with these people?
Before ABC admitted they faked it, I knew it was fake, and so did you. You just
You're still
know
there?
they faked it when you see it. So, all this is going on, all this is unfolding, all this is happening, and
Connor?
they're saying all our rights are going out the window.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, we know any regime in trouble, China, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, communists barely got it back into power. They're about to be and saying incredible things like, we want total authoritarianism. We want total control. We want total martial law. By the way, do you think I'm joking when I say things like that? Israel debates, quote, total suspension of individual freedom in Knesset intel hearing, calls for 1984. That's the type of stuff that's going on here. So we're going to look at this mystery coming up with the filmmaker that knows Tim has pointed it out very well. Robert Barnes coming up, and then when the transmission ends, I'm going to air a very powerful piece that kind of codifies it all, of the stupidity of just the reactions of what's going on, and from an angle of taking it as very, very real and very, very serious from Paul Watson. So I think all these views are organic and citizen human based need to be respected and looked at. So you have a lot of different ideas, a lot of different things going on here, and it's all healthy to question everything. Robert Barnes texted me a few days ago, and he said, you know, I hope you got a ranch out there and a bunch of stogies and steaks. Well, my dad knows, but I don't. And it's too far away. It's New Texas. Land rich, money poor. I should have gotten around to that, but he said if this continues much longer, we're going to have the economic collapse. And I really respect Barnes. He does voracious reading like I do. He's really dead on about the economy. He was saying that days ago, I was saying it weeks ago, but now they're saying the economy's deteriorating. You don't lock stuff down like this. It kills certainty, it kills confidence, it destroys things. And if it goes on another month, we're probably in an irrevocable depression. They would say, oh, 18 months, we can handle it here. Not leaving their houses. Soldiers, damage.
Show me
and the
what
divorce
you're
rate's
made
going to
of.
go off the chart. Just like it has in China and other areas. Except for a few months we're shut it down idea. So they're wanting us to have years more of authoritarian control that China had for just a month or so. Think about it. They are power-grounded at every level the best they can. All right, I want to go to your phone calls before we go to Barnes, and then before I go back to your calls and then the special guest. But let me hit Anthony Fauci. I knew who Anthony Fauci was 20-something years ago. 18 years ago. He's running the anthrax response and covering it up. A bureaucrat at the CDC and National Institutes of Health. I knew he was a big darling of Hillary and Bush Sr. and the globalists. But Trump, you know, draws from the experts that are there. There's millions of people under him. And he doesn't know where to draw from. They lie to his face. But when he gives these press conferences and Fauci sits there and frowns when he talks or then goes up and makes faces and then contradicts the president and gives the worst case globalist fear-mongering scenario.
They're pushing us around out there.
Every single time, I started looking more into Fauci. And so did others. Well, here's an article on the Conservative Treehouse, and it's confirmed from the WikiLeaks. Fauci's love letter to Hillary Clinton surfaces. Says, I knew there was something sketchy about Dr. Anthony Fauci. Within the WikiLeaks HRC email files, there's a letter from Fauci to Hillary Clinton through her lawyer, Cheryl Mills. Please tell her that we love her and we are very proud to know her. He goes on to say she did a great job at Benghazi and that she just devastated the people in the hearings. What difference does it make, huh? I came, I saw, he died. So that's Fauci. And Trump doesn't want to change horses in the middle of the stream because then Fauci will go talk crap about him all over TV. We know that. But Fauci is going to continue doing this. So he needs to be sidelined.
I'm back.
And
I was eating.
Somebody needs to remind him about the anthrax cover-up and other things he's been involved in. And Trump needs to get somebody that knows what they're doing because this guy was involved in the weaponization of viruses, involved with Obama and Hillary, transferring viruses to China. They're the ones running all these level 4 bioweapons labs where they produce these viruses. And in 3 cases, China admits they released deadly viruses that became
How is
pandemics.
Blue winning so
And
much?
we got
There's no
bird flu,
fucking way.
swine flu, SARS, and now
I do not
the
believe it.
Wuhan Chinese coronavirus that we're not supposed to say that. You know, the Spanish flu is called Spanish flu because the first cases were there, mass death. The Black Plague's called Black Plague because it puts big black
They're a bunch of
pustules on it.
cheating
You know,
fucks.
people just give names from where it came. Kind of like if a street goes up a big green hill, it says Green Hill. They got some white hills in England that are called White Hills.
Spent more
So
time
they
in
now
the
changed the
fucking
name, the word white's
airport than I
mean,
did
it's
on the
all
plane.
just an attack on knowledge and information. It's the Chinese coronavirus.
You think
Because
of that,
if we don't say
TJ?
it's that, the media is saying it's
Terrible.
Trump's fault.
But that's usually how it goes for
So,
me,
let's
especially
play
if I'm
this
trying to
clip
pick up gunners.
of Anthony
Fucking just never works.
Fauci face palming. Radio listeners, go to Infowars.com. When Trump's talking about the Deep State Department, and by the way, I study government. The State Department runs the CIA. It's really the Office of National Intelligence. And it's involved through the presidency, coordinating for the president all the agencies. So it's become its own rogue agency. And that's what we got the State Department networks, the billions of bucks the Obama gave us, the Defense Authorization Act in 2007. We keep Trump up. They signed the Defense Authorization Act in December of 2016. Which funded the next year. 2 years of funding to go after the press using the CIA. That's all out of the State Department. It's all run out of there. And the Soros moles are deep in there, and Trump's getting rid of them. But the media said right in front of his own Secretary of State, Pompeo, he attacked the agency. Well, the head of it's not the rest of the people in there. It is the Department of Deep State. But that's only one level. Fauci, if you're a radio listener, smiles, grabs his face, then looks really upset and angry. Because he loves it. He loves Hillary. He's a creature of it. And when Hillary was Secretary of State, she was co-president. Obama let her run foreign affairs. That was the deal with the Clintons. And her foundation is still billions. Billions. 3 billion. So here is what happened with Trump and Fauci.
You're gonna try to post asunder up again?
Any question for him right now? Could you do that?
I think I'll aim for somewhere, yeah, somewhere around where I was trying to go before, I guess.
You don't mind? I'd like to have him go back and do this up. So does anybody have any questions?
Oh, god damn it. I went, of course I was.
What a little weasel. It's like they never got out of high school or junior high. Leftists walk up to me and go, shame on you, you're embarrassing, you're a failure,
Oh my
you're
God.
a bad man. And it has no effect on me, and I don't know what to do because I have my own internal integrity. But with these leftists and in government, it's all about kissing each other's ass. They're all shallow, they're all fake, they all glad hand each other, and they all fear us. And they can't stand Trump. Notice Pompeo laughs and smiles. I'm not saying he's perfect, but he knows what Trump's talking about. The Department of Deep State. How many times have I said the State Department's the big enchilada? It's the Deep State. It's the problem. It runs the show.
Once my Sunder starts sliding down a hill, there's just no stopping it, even when the hill flattens out.
It's the will of the president and the executive branch all over the world. And while the cat's away, the mice play. The president doesn't know what's going on in those places. I don't know what's going on in the building across the street in our complex of offices. I don't know what's going on in the bathroom over there. You just got to have your directive and try to get people in there to follow it and do the best job they can. Instead, they use complexity to rob everybody. All right. Thomas is in Spain. Caller is in lockdown. Things are getting crazy. We got to pull up the drone footage in Spain.
I'm in a no-deploy area. Oh.
Beneficial. Let's talk about that in New Jersey. Peter, Washington, Trump will be blamed for the virus economy in America. Samuel in Georgia works FedEx. Martial law coming. Travel restrictions. Victor's in Europe. Pension funds, economy. Dawson's in California. Gun store closures in California. Yep. Nick's in Michigan. Coronavirus 9/11 Part 2. Steve's in Nebraska. New World Order. Trump. China connections. Brad in PA. Climate change scam on bubble level. And Jim. President Trump supporting social distancing. Well, we're not sure how bad the virus really is. And if Trump doesn't act like he's for all this, he's been fighting as much as he can, then they'll say every death's his fault. So it's a balancing act. First he came out, a month ago and said, hey, bad things happen. We've always had this. It's sad. Try to take things to boost your immunity. They'll try to get a cure, whatever.
Where are you at, TJ?
Now it's okay.
Posted up in my Sunder to protect it, just north of TI Alloys Inc.
Put them on drugs that make people kill people. See how it works? And so if we spend hundreds of billions of dollars the last 20 years turning the schools into prisons to stop 30 or 40 mass shootings,
I don't know if we're in the same
what's
squad
gonna happen
anymore.
If hundreds of thousands die. Everybody's got their phone. There's viral trackers. Everybody's getting blood tests every day. Drones are watching us.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Because we totally panicked. This is the new authoritarianism. This is the
there's a ton of Sunders in
Thomas in Spain. Thank you for holding, Thomas. Tell us what's happening to you there.
Coromid Labs.
Hello, Thomas in Spain.
Coromed Labs. Oh, the coronavirus med lab.
Calling, Thomas.
Yeah.
We may not have had some of the equipment hooked up. And you know, that's the thing about Saturday shows. You know, I see people running around and things. We don't do a lot of live Saturday shows, but we're going to start, like I told you, because they are fun. And they keep us on our toes. Other things happen, so don't hang up, Thomas. We can get my cell phone number up. You can call on my phone. I can do it with the speakerphone. We can do it that way. That's one of the things we can do around here. We'll go back to Thomas, see what's going on with the phone system here in a few minutes. Kind of waking up in a new world every day, aren't we? That's just the way it
Here,
is.
watch my screen.
Let's go ahead and play a clip while we work on this, and I promise I'll get to all your calls. Let's go ahead and get to so many of these powerful reports we need to get to. Get ready, forced quarantines are coming. This came out like 4 days ago, and people couldn't believe it. Just 4 days ago. Here's the report.
Like on Discord or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm streaming, so...
Saturday night.
Are you just watching people going up that vent killing them?
You're watching?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's exactly it. This is a fucking play right here. We got like 4 kills doing this. Did you see that?
Alright, I've got to actually get this under. And I'm streaming, so I gotta conserve
As major
the
U.S.
bandwidth.
cities prepare for a total lockdown to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, police, state troopers, and the Army and Air National Guard are preparing for martial law. And that means you need to prepare for mass quarantines. So what is martial law going to look like, and how long will the quarantines last? Well, right now, nobody really has the answer to those questions, but what we can do is look at what's already happened and what is occurring right now in other countries who are fighting to contain the virus. And what we do know for sure is that once the lockdowns begin, expect them to quickly spread across the country. For example, it was only a month ago when everything seemed perfectly normal in Italy. People built cafes and restaurants as usual, tourism was normal, and businesses were thriving. But now, just 4 weeks later, the streets are almost completely empty amid a nationwide lockdown imposed by the Italian government.
Italy unable to wake up from its nightmare. 475
Nice.
more deaths in 24 hours. The deadliest day in the coronavirus outbreak anywhere.
It was a gut punch to see that video today out of Bergamo with the army having to come in and
Minute
move
40
the
till we
bodies
get
because they're
the
just
TI
piling up.
Alloys
Italy's
place.
coronavirus death toll has surged past 9,000 lives. 820 people have died in the last 48 hours. Their healthcare system has reached the breaking point, and police are now patrolling the streets with drones. Harsh prison sentences have been proposed for anyone who breaks the coronavirus isolation. So all you have to do to predict when massive quarantines might hit the U.S. is look at the timeline in other countries. And you'll see that massive lockdowns are occurring on about 21 to 23 days after the first community spread of the virus. And that means America could start seeing major lockdowns and quarantines as soon as this weekend. Meanwhile, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is already calling for military intervention to combat the outbreak.
This place is heating up now. Like, I've had my Sunderer parked here for a while, and it was just kind of like small business. And now it's like really starting to pick up. Oh.
Bill Gates and MIT developed a new tattoo ID to check for vaccine.
vaccination. They do a test. If you are negative for COVID-19, you get that little wristband for 1 day. You have to do it again the next day. If you want to travel, if you want to go to work, if you want to go to school, you're going to have to get that permission from the government.
It's actually a nanotech chip sewn into your flesh. So you talk about Mark of the Beast, man. This is it.
Now, Denmark has already passed a law enabling forced coronavirus vaccinations. Citizens who refuse to be tested will face fines, prison time, and will be prevented from entering shops, grocery stores, public transports, and hospitals. Most cities within the United States have already begun emergency measures to limit public gatherings to 10 people or less, and it is now a crime in most places, punishable by hefty fines, imprisonment, or both, if you dare defy the public order.
San Francisco Bay Area on lockdown due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
They're calling it shelter in place, and they're ordering all residents to remain in their place of residency starting midnight tonight.
Everything we ever warned you about, exactly as we warned you about it, is now happening. By the way, speak of the devil, that report was from Tuesday and Wednesday. He started editing it Tuesday, put it out Wednesday.
All right, so you're number 2.
And notice the day after it came out on Thursday, that was 21 days after the first communicable case.
Oh, wow, yeah, there are a lot of sunders up here.
Just like all the other countries, that's when they started locking the cities down. And they're really pushing Trump to bring in martial law completely and really kill the economy, or it's his fault every day. All right, switch to the throne. It stalls through, I understand. Radio TV network, here on stuff going on, so now we're able to take the call. Now we're going to Thomas
Where the fuck did he come from?
The caller is in lockdown. He says things are getting crazy there locally. What are you witnessing, Thomas? Thanks for calling.
Hi, Alex. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a first-time caller. Yeah, Sydney in Spain. I'm actually German. My wife is Australian, and we were in Spain to sell our property and then move back to Australia. And now for a week, since last Sunday actually, we are sitting here in total lockdown, and everything is shut, everything is closed, just down. Go to hardware, wood to the fireplace, it's still quite cold here, and then I got stopped by a police car. And what I'm doing here, they're also shopping, and yeah, nothing is open, only food. Yeah, that's all.
Oh, come on.
We're not allowed to go out of the house. We have rules set up, how we have to behave, what we have to do, and if we don't follow the rules, we get fined by 1,000 euros or even prison. And yeah, shopping-wise, we can only go one person at a time. We're not allowed 2 people in the car, only one person, and it's really crazy.
And you'll notice it's all standardized. The drones hover above you in Spain and in France, and now in the U.S. it's starting, and in China, all started there. Drones flying around shouting orders at you. So we're learning our little robot controllers.
Or what I should think about all this virus thing anymore. I mean, I was spending on the internet myself doing a bit of due diligence about viruses. I'm
trying to find my way over towards where you're at. But they're everywhere.
I looked up on the internet, and they're not hiding anything. You can look up everything on Wikipedia about previous deadly diseases like SARS, which had a death rate of fatality rate of 11%, and Ebola, which was in 2014, had 83 to 90% fatality rate. I think you mentioned it, all of it.
And so things much more deadly, it didn't happen. Why do you think it's happening now with something that maybe is 1% of old people?
Well, that's really the thing. I think there's, well, first of all, I really think it's the globalist takeover. That's a definite. I mean, now in Europe, the news come out that Christine Lagarde wants to ban cash in Europe. That's a definite, because the cash can spread
you're right below
the
me.
virus and cards cannot.
And for folks that don't know, that's the head of the IMF. So the top bankers are wanting to ban cash.
Yes, they want to ban cash here, and that's already. I mean, we have pretty much cash limit here anyway. In Spain, you can't purchase anything more than 2,500 euros in cash.
And again, they can control everything you do once they get rid of the cash. They are closing the noose around our necks. The really smart caller, Thomas, what do you think we should do?
Well, if I just knew, Alex, we are pretty much stuck here. We cannot sell our property now. Everything is on hold. No real estate agent would do any viewings or whatsoever. So we can't even go to Australia because we don't even have any more flights here out of this country. Lufthansa, the German airline, they are now down. They cut down to 90% of their flights, and they're talking about the complete halt of complete flight operations. The Polish airline, they have already done this. They totally stopped flying.
But Sweden says if you are a Soros UN flight of Muslim men, you're exempt.
Yeah, probably.
You may not have seen it. That's an article 2 days ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. So yeah, I don't know. Germany is now becoming the same. They will have total lockdown.
Someone
Everything
must have
happening
gotten
there.
past
Panic
you.
Shopping all over the place. No more toilet paper. No more flour and all sorts of stuff. No pasta. I have that from my parents. They're still living in Germany. It's absolutely crazy. If he had seen anything like this in his lifetime, to me, not even my grandfather has anything seen like this in the second.
You're right. This is the great panic. This is the world coming to its knees from brainwashing and running from the mouse that roared, a virus that on a scale of 1 to 10 of deadliness is maybe a 2. And it's just, people never behaved like this in history, sir. Very powerful call. I'm going to be doing more of these commercial-free shows. In fact, things are so insane, we could be locked down any time, period. I don't want to commend the crew. I'm going to be up here probably quite a bit this week after 6 p.m. with a skeleton crew. I'll do 2 or 3 hours every night of phone calls. I'm pledging to do it. I'm absolutely pledging. I can't sleep anyways. This is the maximum insanity. Everything we warned of. This is it. This is how the globalists are counter-striking. Thank you so much, Thomas. Okay. Another caller from Europe. One of these folks first. Victor in Europe, if you don't mind, where are you calling from? Tell us what your take is.
I'm calling from Europe, Central Europe. Back in 1998, Army personnel for a DIA, Special Access Program. And one of the persons in the program told me about how all the pension funds had been stolen. And their idea was to kill off people to give them time to refund pension funds. And when he told me about this, I looked at him and I said, you realize you're never going to put that money back in. And then he didn't say anything.
Well, that's the cover story. In fact, that's what Bill Gates says. And they just test you with the cover story to see if you're into the eugenics cult. And then they'll only do it to anybody. But tell us more about what they tried to recruit you into. Because this isn't speculation. This is the cult. This is Bill Gates saying, kill grandma, save the economy. And they now have stolen all the mortgages, all the pension funds, and stolen on purpose, leveraged by the globalists. They can't help it. It's the very nature of what they do. Then they hold that giant black hole Ponzi scheme as too big to fail, and then the whole world signs onto it as not to lose their pension funds when they already lost them before. It's called holding people hostage. Go back and tell us more, Victor.
Well, one of the reasons why I'm going over that is that they didn't want me is the person a different person who tried to interview me, he asked me what my political views were. And I said, I don't know, and I'm kind of, and he said, well, just tell me. And I said, well, what are your beliefs? And he told me that he's to the right of Genghis Khan, and his son is to the right of him. And that's the kind of people, they're really looking for people who are, basically have no morals, nor do whatever they're told, and without thinking, like a trained dog.
And that's until they replace them with robots.
Yeah.
That's why they want robots. They will follow the orders, be given their program, and autonomously go out and see and destroy.
let me mention.
Well, hold on. You got time. Go back to what year it was again. Why they were trying to recruit you? Because that's fascinating. Because really, they're not really recruiting you for that. It's just it's a life.
The critical are fucking stabilized.
Your worldview. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with remote view?
I mean, I know the government does a lot of studies on that. It does exist.
It does work. They officially, CIA officially, if you go on Vimeo and you can look up ABC News Nightline with Ted Koppel, 1995, and the CIA came on the program and admitted they'd spent 20 years and $20 million on the program, but it didn't work. But in fact, it does work. And the reason why the program got exposed was there was a guy by the name of David Morehouse who was in the program, and they were trying to get him and other people to use their skills for killing other people. And a lot of the people that they...
Sure, that's the ministerial ghost. They didn't whitewash them. The operative they had right to whitewash is Superman did.
But it really does work. I used to do it myself. Let me go on and mention to you one other thing regarding economics. I briefly knew a woman who is one of the top international lawyers in the world. She deals with the wealthiest, the 1% of 1%. And her assignment was to make sure that when the economy crashes, that the FDIC doesn't pay out the $100,000 policy to the people who have their money in the bank. And
You
she was
really need
actually
outside that bad
looking
sketch,
forward to an economic collapse.
Sure, what you're saying is this is the cover for the financial reset, and I believe that's the overriding reason. The globalists don't do something unless it all aligns with their agenda. Collapse things, have a cover to do it, bring in a technocracy, have people accept being prisoners, being under total surveillance, and kill off a bunch of old people. That's why I think the virus is real. Other folks think it's hype. No. It's real, but this is only phase one as a simulant, which is still deadly, but not going to be anything compared to what comes out next. If we lock ourselves down pliantly and behave, they're going to bring out much more deadly versions. What do you think?
I agree with you. I agree. I think that this version is just mild compared to what's going to occur. And back in early 1993-94, I used to talk to a woman whose husband was a top scientist for the U.S. government in the area of biowarfare. And she was always telling me things about American Type Culture Collection and some of these other groups. And I mean, she was like 10 years ahead of what other people would find out about. And one day I was talking to her on the phone with another woman. We had a three-way phone conversation, and I hear the helicopter outside. And you know, and then it got really loud. I went out of my porch and I look up and there was a black helicopter with kind of like a gray-green anthracite and no markers in the side. And on the front, it had what I found out later was clear forward-looking infrared. And I talked to her. I called her back and this other woman, and all three of us had the same black helicopter come over our home at the exact same time. So I've been monitored ever since 1993.
Well, you know, it's funny. In the 90s, there was a project with the UN, FEMA, and also the military to do drills and stuff, but also have helicopters testing people. It was confirmed. We came out and sold for a fortune. I was big into trying to figure out the mystery of it. And it definitely went on to harass people to get reports going of these helicopters everywhere. And that's what we call it, black helicopter people. And, of course, all of it's admitted now. Thank you, Victor. You know, I don't know about remote
How are we
viewing.
not winning this continent?
The brain is so powerful.
That cannot be right.
But it's able to take in trillions of different items. Your conscious mind will and then you take all that information and integrate it, and then you imagine your remote viewing, that when you've already been testing and studying a subject, then you can figure out what they're doing. And there is a psychic element to it, but it's more of an interdimensional thing. And I mean, I know that because, I mean, I'm on record. I'm not like one of these guys that tells you you did this, that for the government. I mean, everybody knows I said they're going to World Trade Center bombing on Bin Laden in the next few months, call the White House. Everybody knows I said they're going to attack that sports stadium.
I think it's just because we can't get into A sufficient enough numbers to get them all.
I don't just using random ones. It's like
we just nuke them.
Like a bunch of data to go, and then they're gonna, and it's wrong. My brain's with and all this stuff that happens. And when I was a kid, I used to have it happen a lot more. That's why they say people right around puberty and stuff. Right around puberty, like 10 to about 12 or so. I mean, it was just almost dreams that just announced to you like something's happening in church in a month, or at the grocery store, or a kid's going to attack me, or I'm going to pull my shoulder out of socket, and when I wake up, I'm covered in sweat and like nauseous, like I'd gone into the future. But what that is the brain like project forward into this dimension somehow. In some time loop, they've got mathematical equations.
Empire doesn't own a connected region? Well, then why the hell are we fighting like this?
That's out there, and maybe there's runs in bloodlines and things like that. It's what Star Wars makes all the comic book style stuff out of. And I don't tell you that stuff that try to act all avant-garde or shadowy and stuff. I tell you this stuff, it's real. So I know those projects.
And yeah,
real.
we do own a connected territory, and our comms are right.
And people can't control it.
So don't give me that shit.
If you could, you'd rule the world. Let's go ahead, and if you can already have that psychic power, you already got a leg up on most people, don't you? Let's move quickly here, because Barnes is about to come on with us. Then I'll come back with your calls. I really appreciate all your calls.
And the DACA uplink hub.
Great callers, so we got to move quicker now.
I think.
Samuel in Georgia, thanks for holding. Says you work for FedEx. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
How you doing? Yeah, I do work for FedEx. I just want to give a quick shout out. All your products, amazing stuff as well on top of that. But yes, back to my point. So I go into work, FedEx, 4 o'clock in the morning. As soon as I walk in through the door, I'm handed a piece of paper. It is literally, it's just a printout, just a regular printout piece of paper. It is my authorization to drive. Now, I live in Georgia. I just go right across the state line into Tennessee to drive there. And I do have a feeling, like you have called it, martial law is coming, and it's coming to a state.
What the hell? I'm looking at 2 and some Lance Corporal guy. What the fuck?
It's going to happen into Tennessee. I know.
You're supposed to be 2.
There's other people that I know that I work in my section. One individual, his significant other, her mother, is actually the aide to the Georgia of Tennessee. And another individual I work with, who is, he was past Marines, but he's now working for TVA, and he's managing the crisis center pretty much on his other job as he's moonlighting at FedEx. Our shifts are only 4 hours long. But the stuff that I've learned just working there in the past few months, not only that, it all coincides with what you've been talking about. It's amazing, honestly, in my opinion, because, me being born in the 90s, early 90s, I've heard about this stuff, read about it. I am interested in the whole concept of it. Honestly, it's mind-boggling to really think, but there's bad people out there, and they just seek to do bad things. And you start connecting all the dots, and you're seeing how it all maps up. You are 100% on point. I just never imagined that I would see it in my lifetime. It is. It's coming to fruition. I've read all the greats. 1984. You got Animal Farm. Everything. You name it. It's all there. It's a pre-planned map. And
well, let's walk back here. We know, as I said,
Connor, why do you have a large vehicle turret shooting at you? Oh, Connor, careful. Buddy. Oh shit, that thing's still there.
Travel ban. And they were getting it
right
all
here.
Locked in, and then now Trump's rolling it out in waves, trying not to panic the economy, but the left and the globalists are pushing him to do it faster and do it more hardcore and longer.
There's a Sunder traveling below us.
And so I had said Trump wasn't doing enough 6 weeks ago. They were going to blame him for the event, which happened. But now he's going too far, even though he's holding him back at a certain point. That's why our next guest is about to come on this. We'll go back to
I jumped
calls,
off the bridge. Don't worry about me.
Yes, I talked to one of our well-known crew. I'll leave it at that. Her father basically runs a large agricultural, let's say he's a manager in a large agricultural processing system in Missouri. And just last night they got called in. They got given their secret Homeland Security license to keep operating.
1470 XPS under a kill.
Interstate, in between states. Now again, you look at the current emergencies, it's daycare, it's food, it's grocery stores, it's pharmacies, it's warehouses, it's media. Obviously, you take that off, you're North Korea. But they're talking about stuff even more intense to start actually shutting the restaurants and things down, which will create civil unrest. Trump has to know he's being set up. And so what you're saying is, and I'm trying to get copies of these. Anybody that's got these, blackout, identifying codes, anything else you want on there, I want to see these, because we've already got some of them that I'm not authorized to show them yet. Some are governmental, continuity of government, kind of InfraGard type deals. People know what those are that know. And then others are just sheets from the company as a statement. Well, I'm printing those up for our crew that drives around. Hey, I work in broadcasting. Hey, I work in a warehouse. You know, things like that that are protected under the Texas deal right now and will be. I'm not going to follow them after that if they say no. You can't just shut the media down. You can say don't go to public events. That'd be martial law. You say shut the newspapers and the TV stations. You can't go into work. No, it'll be selective. Well, that's not just martial law. That's North Korean tyranny, and I'm not going to follow it. And nobody else should at that point. But this is a real balancing act. So anybody that can do this, send it to showtips at Infowars.com. You know, so much comes into that. Maybe we should create a new one. Wes, can you create one during a break that just says 1919? No, let's just say Corona. Corona at Infowars. That'll get too many down the road as well, but just Corona at Infowars. Thank you. Corona at Infowars, and just blackout. That's racist. Sorry, just
blackout. Oh, sorry, that's racist. He says.
You got that. Just use a black smoke. That's the left. Everything's racist here. That's the mind control, folks. They're stabilizing. And just blackout all of the identified stuff. Send it to showtips@infowars.com.
Damn.
Just thousands of emails coming in that day, so it's hard to find them. Send them to Corona at Infowars.com. And we will do that. But just recap. You come in, describe what happened, Samuel.
And as immediately as I walk in through the first open garage bay door, get into the plant, my manager asked me to go and get the paper. I get the paper, I'm reading it as I'm walking to my workstation. It's unbelievable. I mean, I've been following you for a long time. First time caller, you're not going to be a diehard fan. But yes, what you've been talking about, you know, a lot of people, wherever they live, might not be there. And they may
You're saying on the sheet it says you're allowed to go. See what it says. You're allowed to go out there across state lines, or you're allowed to travel here.
I'm just allowed to travel to work and from home. I have to present this paper, and they read it. At the bottom of the paper is the telephone number for the plant I work at and the address of the specific plant.
Yeah, so they're all creating the unauthorized direction. Internal company passports that the police know and then call them. And that's how I figured this would go. And then, of course, later they're going to phase it into the passport's going to be on your phone. The government issues you to even be able to travel. And they'll need 18 months to implement permanent martial law. What this is the implementation of permanent martial law.
Oh, yes, no, of course. This is how they're first going to roll it out. I mean, it's just going to be over the course of a day. I mean, think about it. In Georgia, there's so many people who have registered guns and unregistered guns. They can't track them all at once. They're just going to throw it out in certain places where they know they'll have to deal with certain things. I guarantee you in Georgia, they're not going to mention a word about it. You go to bed, the next day you wake up, you're driving to work, bam, another roadblock. But this one is from Georgia to Tennessee. That's a whole new rigmarole. Just because I crossed from one state into another and then back the other way, it's as good as you're going to have.
Well, I'm going to tell you, that's how the checkpoints are going to start. And they're going to have highly publicized checkpoints to
Got
start.
it. Oh my
See if
God.
the police and military will follow it.
Oh, it is now? See, I told you you'd bring it back.
That's about 10 years out. It'll be all combat robots on the ground.
You had to get tested at the airport, and they were like, oh shit, better go quarantine yourself at home.
I don't understand how we didn't win this map. Look at the map. It looks like... I don't understand how blue is winning. Look at...
Yeah, right?
This does not seem right.
Dawson. We're going to get to Nick. We're going to get to Steven. We're going to get to Jim. We're going to get to Brad. We're going to get to everybody. Everybody on the
Yeah,
I'll get you
I knew
before I end
it.
this.
Yeah, what the fuck then? The percentages were like totally wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Robert Barnes,
we own the most in this fucking place. I don't understand. Unless if I'm an actual fucking retard, which I was considered.
Advising us right now. And he joins us because he's really concerned, like I am, at the real target.
Samir then?
And you see AP and others coming out and CNBC. Wow, the economy deteriorating faster than we thought.
Connor?
And so here to give us his analysis.
See where this
appears
one
to
goes.
definitely be winning on
Give him the floor. So Bob, let it roar with your I really respect
well, it's like
Samir
or Amarish.
What you really think's going on and what you think the main target is.
It's probably Samir.
I mean, no doubt about it. I mean, well, the first thing that stands out or that comes up is the degree to which, I mean, going into the worries that a virus will give the government the ability to seize power and in an unchecked way is coming to bear. I mean, for example, the Hong Kong protests which were rocking the entire country of China have now disappeared because of the virus. The Yellow Vest protests that were rocking Macron's government.
Maybe they released the virus to stop all the protests that were happening.
And actually having an effect across Europe and the world has also now disappeared. Just today, Politico has reported that the Department of Justice here in the United States is seeking approval for indefinite detention and imprisonment of an American citizen without any conviction of crime or anything wrong with that person's done. They want authority to extend quarantine power beyond that which has never been approved. Now, there's a lot of bad legal precedents out there. I've had a debate years ago with a legal
I will
scholar
be piloting a Galaxy.
One of the biggest legal loopholes in the entire constitutional structure
See how
of the
fast this
federal
bitch fills
government
up.
and our state governments was quarantine power. That in the name of public health, governments can, under various precedents that currently exist and continue to exist, seize power in ways violate every single constitutional right or liberty you have, and courts have historically turned a blind eye to it and refused to enforce constitutional protection. Just a few years ago in Arizona, someone was detained against his will because they claimed he had a communicable disease. He said he didn't. They claimed he did. He went through a long, extensive fight, ended up in prison for a year, and guess what? It turned out he was right. The government was wrong. He didn't even have the communicable disease. But if the mere allegation that you have a disease is sufficient to, or might have a disease, because that's what most of these shutdown orders are based on. They're based on you might have it or might get it. But think about what evidence here is safer than.
Sketch is looking out the patio door like there's like something else out there on the fucking deck, but she just came back in from outside. Like, the fuck?
And he's used this to shut that all down.
Are you at Esamir yet, Connor?
No, I was all tabbed.
Am I wrong to say that there is a corporate institutional attempt, governmental attempt here, and the buck stops with Trump, so I'm not blaming him, but because he's trying to resist it a little bit, but not enough, that this is permanent state of martial law enforced by a robot technocracy with a medical tyranny behind it. I mean, talk about a nightmare. Am I exaggerating to call this the twilight of freedom, the onset of permanent martial law?
That is a serious and severe risk that is being way discounted by too many people in the country. Just look around. You have people like the mayor of New Orleans and other city and county officials across the country claiming now an emergency power to prohibit people from purchasing, buying, or selling guns. One of the great concerns about the issue of the background checks was what would happen if people used the government used the excuse of the background check to simply deny purchase altogether. For example, the theory was that what would happen at some point the government will simply never process your background check. And that way they can prohibit you from buying and selling a gun, even though on paper it's just a background check. They just never process your background check when you would be otherwise cleared. Well, that's already starting to happen in some parts of the country. Right now, if you wanted to form a petition for a political protest, you wouldn't be able to get the petition or the permit to do so in almost any city or state in the country, definitely not any major city or state, and you're under a specific order in some states, or at least being interpreted as, having to stay home, except for essential business work, like your caller was just talking about. Well, what does that mean? That means you can't go out and publicly protest, does it not? This is the scope of, you're having Fourth Amendment issues with the way they're using surveillance and cooperating with private companies and the government to track people's behavior, to track people's locations, to track people's conduct, all in the name of let's prevent this virus based on questionable data and modeling. And so I think you look at all these what's happening, not only here, but around the world. I mean, I was concerned right away. I was concerned about the virus because you were raising that concern. Other people were raising that concern very early that this could become a pandemic. There's been over a decade of warnings to China in particular because of their culinary habits, particularly with bats, because bats carry a wide range of unique viruses that once transmitted to the but clearly there's been an overreaction by governments around the world. And one of my first triggers, Peter Hinton, the brother of Christopher Hitchens, from the United States, right away said, as soon as everybody in power agrees on something, you immediately should become skeptical about substance. And you have all of these governments around the world all agreeing with one another suddenly to do something as extreme as shut down their entire economy and civil society in a way that frankly didn't even happen during World War II. We still had much more functioning economy than we
let me in
right
anyway.
now
It gave me the same
world.
message.
Their willingness to do
well, I'm in queue now.
suggest a coordination, suggest a degree of powerful institutions and individuals that are pursuing this for their own objectives and agenda, and as a practical experiment in how much power can a government seize without people second-guessing and or questioning it under these contexts. They couldn't achieve this with the threat of terrorism. They only got so far. They could only achieve this through the threat of crime. There again, they only got so far. But it's clearly they are learning that telling people, hey, a pandemic is coming and it's going to kill everybody or kill tons of people and our hospitals are going to be overcrowded, that just the threat of it, like the movie V for Vendetta, where they premise the entire totalitarian society being able to seize power on the threat of a pandemic, and then secretly had the vaccine for the pandemic all along and enriching themselves in the process as well. But we're seeing it practically. I mean, they're seeing a degree of public compliance that we almost have never seen before. And as the government says, you're not going to go to work today, you're not going to go to church today, you're not going to go to a concert or a theater or a public event today, you're not going to hang out with your friends today, you're not going to go out into the street today, and 99.9% of the world is complying. And anyone who does something, they launch, they satirize, they critique, and then they're out there starting to now, you're going to see the same logic they use against people who raise questions about the safeties of vaccines start to be used against anybody who raises questions about the safety of these mitigation tactics involving animals. They're going to say, oh, these are going to be people who bring disease into your school, disease into your neighborhood, disease into community. They really want to kill grandma. Anytime I've raised questions about this, routinely and repeatedly attacked across the board, people why we're using those kind of arguments. So I think we're going to see that. This is a very dangerous time for two big reasons. For the reasons that you identified, which is that this is a severe threat because the governments have historically used the threat of a virus to seize power in ways that they could never do in any other context. And from a law, and what my 2 cents on that is, from a lawyer's perspective in America, the most dangerous precedent for executive power is taking power in the virus. Okay, can someone just come to your house, arrest you, do what they did in China? Go, lock everybody down and then drag them out of their apartments whenever they wanted to. Could that happen here in the United States? Well, on paper, no, but our legal history says the opposite. Our legal history shows that there have been examples where there have been virus pandemics. There's been a panic reaction to that pandemic. The government has used it to seize power they could never otherwise seize, taken people, and just recently, I mean, like I said, within the last 10, 15 years in Arizona, they did it to an individual. They locked him up against his will. They refused to let him to do anything, and it turned out they were wrong. They locked him up for about a year or so, illegitimately. But so our precedents are that governments can do this. And look at how quickly they're rushing to do it. Today, there's an announcement in the Hill that they're going to send the National Guard out for the purposes of monitoring and helping with the testing and things of that nature. I mean, does anyone really accept that that's what the full intention is of some of the people that are pushing this panic? It's an easy pretext to seize power. If this was happening in China or Russia, we would immediately spot it as an attempted power grab. Then we should be, our risk is far higher if we don't pay attention and if we're not calling things out.
Well, I was stuck to set up a huge ass tent in the fucking wind. The National Guard's just basically like, place hat blows off.
The second dangerous component of this is
Like
they
fucking
are
hell.
truly sinking the
You're not going to put
economy.
enough sandbags
So,
on
I
that
mean,
tent in a
I already
parking lot to
don't
hold
fully
it down
realize
in
what's
fucking
happening on
40
Wall
mile an
Street.
hour
We have
gusts,
a lot of a
dude.
debt-driven
Jesus
system
Christ.
where corporations have been buying back their stock, and much of the stock market increase is due to that. And so consequently, like, here's a big warning sign. The Federal Reserve, there's an overnight market where you buy and
I
sell
still have no
during
question.
debt. It's
I'm
called
in
the
another
repo
galaxy
market.
at the warp
And it,
gate.
in
There's
fact,
a bunch
is
of people
critical to the
around there.
liquidity
Nobody
of
want
every
to jump into
major
my shit.
corporation in the country and every government, including our own. And the key, and it was that market's problems in substantial part that led to the 2009 financial crisis. Well, the Fed usually helps guarantee money, just prints money and throws it into the system to keep it afloat. Well, normally though they cap it at between 50 to 75 billion. Then they went up to 150 billion. This week they went up to $1 trillion a day. In fact, the Fed has committed to put more money on their balance sheet, 4 times more money on their balance sheet than they did in all of the financial crisis of 2008 in just the next 30 days. They're committing to printing as much money as more than half the national debt.
So
That
this has
shows you that-
Weimar Republic written all over it.
Exactly. People forget those things happen fast. Those things didn't happen slow. All right, the Great Depression happened in about 6 months, and we spent 12 years trying to get our way out of it, and it took a world war to do so. The Weimar Republic, I was telling somebody the other day, if you want to watch a documentary on what might be coming down the pipeline, watch the show Babylon Berlin, which is about the German Republic during the German era, the Berlin population during that era. And one of the fascinating things they portray is they show how 95% of the people didn't take Nazis seriously at all, up until the time the Nazis actually had power. So there was this slow reaction to risk. There was no Alex Jones calling it out and crying out, and warning people of the risk in Germany. And those that were on a small scale and were, of course, systematically ignored. And so here, you and I both have a lot of friends and family and community and other people that are in the working class community. I don't think anybody that's advising Trump does. I don't think anybody in the press does. So they understand that 1 week of unemployment, that they got basically enough money to survive 1 to 2 weeks. A typical person in America, blue-collar guy in America, has about $400 in savings in his bank account. He can survive 1 week, maybe 2 at the most. Unemployment on average pays less than half.
That's right. About half of the country is either on welfare or living paycheck to paycheck.
Uh-oh.
That's what's going to happen. And from a
Harvey
experimental
Weinstein
perspective,
has
the government creates
coronavirus.
a you want health care now, you can only get it from the government. You
Oh,
want
no.
to pay your bills, you can only get it from the government. You want to be able to live in your house, you can only get it from the government. You want access to food, you're going to need the funds to be able to buy it, and you're going to need to get that from the government. So that's the great danger with this.
No, I totally agree. I want to ask this question. How long do you think it'll be until a depression is irreversible, and as overextended as we are, as drugged out as we are, as much on welfare as we are, as divided as we are going to be way, I think.
How does that guy have such a perfect fucking shot on this thing? Jesus.
I mean, I think we are at the most dangerous point in American history right now.
No doubt.
No bullshit.
We're within 30 to 45 days of hitting a depression era irreversible trends.
I totally agree. That's the number I come up with.
That's bullshit.
How do you come to that number? I don't hear numbers.
Wow, he has like that entire valley covered.
Contraction just in the second quarter, and unemployment rate is double digits. So in practical terms, it's equivalent to about 20% of the old definition of
That's right, the depression. Exactly. And they're talking about 50% unemployment within 6 months. And let me move to this now, Mr. Barnes. David Knight at Libertarian on Twitter. Dr. Hamshot, please. Here is his tweet. I was just asking callers earlier, calling in about how they're all getting their critical infrastructure notes from the state police, from the governors, from their bosses, that they're allowed to travel outside their house. This is your papers to leave in Nazi Germany. Note expiration date at bottom, April 2021. Sure enough, David would send one. More coming in right now. Ronan at Infowars.com. Send them in, folks. But black him out what this guy's done. Bigger than hashtag COVID-19. Reference statute gives exemptions for essential delivery under curfew. Military doctrine. Hashtag martial law 2020. Hashtag lockdown movement. Communications. And then it goes. Here is the actual letter. Click on the letter. Click to folks on Twitter, please. Full screen shot. Let's go close the AFC. There we go. Thank you. This certificate of post-disaster reentry.
Well, I mean, when they had every
His
single
tube
vehicle in the region shooting at
identifies
me.
the bearer as representative of a certified. So they're using the martial law localized of a hurricane, but this is general for a year. In accordance with the NCGS 1668-19.70, and grants the bearer the privilege of entering a designated curfew. You have privilege now, as provided the following requirements are met. There is a state of emergency or state of disaster in effect, and there's a curfew in effect in the declared area, and the governor has issued an executive order in those purposes listed in NCGS 1668-19.70. Wants to wrap down the vaccine in a few months. Wrap down the vaccine probably not. Entry shall be granted delivering or assisting in the distribution of essentials or assisting in the restoration of utility services. 5. The bearer of this certificate and all associates will follow each route specialized by law enforcement or other local officials. He must only out the road and authorize it. This is martial law for the black military. So there is no martial law. It's whatever they want to do. So someone in power claims they've restored the order. How does that look?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'll give him credit for using creative language and the instead of using language like curfew, using language like stay at home, using language that sounds much nicer than martial law. But the effect of what they're declaring is, in the name of the police power of the state, we're going to suspend all of your rights and liberties until we say otherwise.
And the bureaucrats in power, just like in California, they're all exempt from tickets, license cameras. They're all smiling. They're going to get new royal.
I mean, you look at what's happening. You look at all of our court practices here in the States, and look at the same practices applied around the world, where we've already seen a lot of that. We really don't have full rights to secondly, are you looking at second amendment? They're already effective.
Shit is lit up here, man.
The firearms are not an essential business, and thereby closing them. And alternatively, they're shutting down the background check operation, so basically stop
In 4 states as of this Friday, 4 states in 4 cities, Democrats have said shut down your gun shops, they're not essential. So it's already begun. They're selectively using this arbitrary power.
I'm pretty sure somebody revived me here.
And then the other way to do so, it's a sort of classic sort of Soviet kind of mindset, is to shut down the background check operation. Or you're allowed to buy it, have the background check, and then you never pass on a background check, not because they failed it, but because there's no government police in this process, because they shut down the part of privacy, the right to security of their home, security of their intimacies and information, and really that means government working together with the attack. Fail people again in the name of the virus. We need to track people in the name of the virus. We need to know everywhere you're at. We need to know everybody you've been talking to. We need to know anybody you've been in physical contact with in order to prevent the virus.
This is the end of basically everything that makes us a free society. It's all totally been pre-planned. If you can't tomorrow evening in the second hour maybe some of the exhibits sorry on the screen can you just give us your where you think Trump is? I don't think he likes this. He tried to walk out, right? He tried to walk. He realized that it's serious too big. He's got to ride the tiger, but I don't want him to go with it too much. What's this balancing act? Is nuance? Or do you think Trump's part of the problem? What's your message to Trump?
I don't think Trump's part of the problem.
Where are you?
The only major national leader pushing back on the
on the
and what happened was he ran
Biolab? Monty Biolab?
Wall Street started collapsing anyway.
I'm at Monty Tower.
imagery. Because I think it was Sam Adams who pointed that out. He said, be careful when you're writing content about the American Revolution. It's kind of doesn't value. So I think Trump is trying to have a careful balance. My greatest concern is that there's literally no one advising Trump. I think that he's an
what?
I mean, as an example, I have reason to believe that Trump was advised by people that Julian Assange had caused American soldiers to die.
Somebody just nuked this place? I think somebody just
nuked
nuked
they got
this
Trump
place.
to back down off of U.S. government of stopping the prosecution of him.
Well, exactly. This is a smokescreen, too, for deep state. It rolls out the cashless society. It creates total fear. It sells a surveillance society. It plunges markets for a global reset. It helps authoritarian regimes. They can blame Trump. It's absolutely fantastic.
They also think they can print their way out of any problem now. So the key economic policy of the Washington Fed usually the people that big money will be telling you that they're and they were hitting handcuffs all over the place. Whether it was the response to the virus, I don't think that's what it was. I think it was
We won at Monty Tower.
Shit's still lit as fuck over here.
Biolab. Yeah. Clear up the tower, so we're gonna be first place.
In the commercial market, other there's even talks that they may basically own the U.S.
Think about the solutions and what the people can do. You will join us tomorrow in the second hour?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so we have to lock down home. So that's 5 o'clock Central. Your time in Las Vegas. Is it 3 o'clock? Yep. 3 o'clock tomorrow. Think about solutions. Recap the last 30 minutes. In the first few segments tomorrow. It's so important to develop. Give us your solutions. Because it's all the White House and others are listening. So we're going to get this back. Robert Barnes, thank you so much. And give folks your Twitter.
Bouncy plane.
Oh, it is at Barnes_Law.
At Barnes_Law. Thanks so much.
Hey, thanks a lot, Alex.
Guys, let's give these interview exercise down. Extremely powerful. Okay. We got a little bit of time today. Take 3 calls right now, quickly. For those who don't know, I'm going to go to my guest. I'm going to have to take a over the next hour, take your call. Peter has been holding a long time. Josh has been holding a long time. Jim,
What the fuck? No. I hate these jump pads.
Okay, let's go to Dawson in California. You're on the air.
Hold off on it. And then now they're all the gun stores are closed. They don't have any handguns left. California California, like troops, mostly just older models of handguns. So I found that kind of.
Well, brother, that's okay.
You got 37 kills so far in this session.
7 Magnum 6-shot revolver is an incredibly accurate firearm. Say an 8-inch, 10-inch barrel. You can shoot pretty accurately at 50 yards with that. And, 6 shots. I mean, I'm all for high capacity. That's great. But let me tell you, I'm going for a gun at midnight when I break in my house. 357 Magnum revolver is going to get the job done.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure any handgun or any of the boxes down your house is basic self-defense mechanism. What I'm mostly worried about is how, like, they can cancel the background check. If they continue to telling them to stay closed rather than, open within this time period, I'm just not sure how long it's going to last, or if they'll keep it going for 8 months and telling the gun stores that, they'll have to stay closed if they're not,
people are looking for answers and they're looking for hope. And you're doing sensationalism, and the same with NBC and Comcast. I don't call it Comcast. I call it Comcast. Let me just tell you something. That's really bad reporting. And you ought to get back to reporting instead of sensationalism. And let's see if it works. It might and it might not. I happen to feel good about it, but who knows? I've been right a lot. Let's see what happens. Scott, put it to
Really, I'm surprised they're still spawning in there. Only a few of the light assault troops managed to make an escape.
Flights from there, he's racist. There's not logic involved. There's just attack the president because
they're making a break. Shit.
We only have partial control. So obviously they're stampeding this, they're driving this. What do you think, Jim?
Oh, you're exactly right, but that's what shows it. Is they're all jammed in the room, no social distancing, elbow to elbow, screaming over each other, looking like a crazy mob, and all in an effort to make him look bad at every turn. That's why he needs to send them home and do what they do when they want to
How
shape
do
the
you
news
so fast?
at the
Jesus
town hall. They
Christ.
have to submit the questions in writing, then they'll pick one to be read. He should do that for the American people instead of letting those guys control the narrative and drive it on television.
All right, I hear you, and I appreciate your call, Jim.
Frag out!
I'll tell you what the president's doing. Comes up there, well-spoken, covering facts, dressed nice. They're chomping and attacking and doing all this, and no one's ever opposed him. He's bringing them in, so it's a spectacle. And I'm going to go with Trump's model. I mean, I think he knows people like WWE wrestling, and he's giving them what they want. Now, the fact that the call's about 20 minutes, I'm already late getting to our guest. I apologize. This is the type of guest I really like to get on. That's informed, that's grassroots, that's discovering things, that's really illustrating interesting things. We're going to play his report a few minutes long, then we can see it and go right to him. But I was already having him on. Contacted my producer this morning. I said, we have a special show today. I said, I'd like to get this fella on again.
What?
Award-winning top movies that are humanitarian. I was like, I know these movies. I saw that movie. I'm not even a big movie buff.
This guy must have like Max Shields.
This YouTube, just a regular place, kind of like a square look and post stuff. And I was watching it. My producer sent it to me. And it's going viral. And it's the same thing my crew kept telling me. Is that a couple of them were copies. They wanted to go test it. They go there. They go, we're not testing people. There's nobody there. But then you'd see on the news claiming it's all overwhelmed. Then I saw this article. I was really glad today that I had already set this guest up. LA County gives up on coronavirus. To give up on containing coronavirus tells doctors to skip testing for some patients. So why is the LA Times reporting that? Here's the video. Infowars.com. Video. Nobody getting arrested for coronavirus despite claims of 1-1. So play his report and then go to Jason Jones of movie2movement.com, thegreatcampaign.org, and the Jason Jones Show. We'll go to him in a moment, but let's go to his report from his YouTube channel that he just put together here.
She's the CEO of Urgent Care. She assaulted me. And it's on YouTube. Lying to the boy. Here's my question, guys. What's the lie? What's the game here? You're a smart people. Why are they whipping us into a panic? Why are they lying about massive lines of people in testing centers? Why are they turning away the trickle of folks to show up to be tested?
Urgent Care Hawaii says its drive-up service was deluged by requests for coronavirus tests, especially yesterday.
For radio listeners, there's no one there.
What is the game? Because for the life of me, I cannot figure it out. Night after night, being told there are these long lines of people being managed at the urgent care, that they're being overwhelmed.
Some waiting as long as 4 hours.
Actually, the president and the CEO of urgent care, while I was in front of the place, was telling me, we're doing the best we can, managing these massive lines. I'm like, I'm here, lady. And there's no line.
We were overwhelmed yesterday with the response from people wanting testing.
So my FaceTime lives have gotten attention.
This guy's a major filmmaker, award-winning filmmaker, but he's won international awards.
So there's these news broadcasts going out there like, I mean, we're just overwhelmed with these lines at the testing facilities. And there's a guy who actually went, drove by and checked out facilities and said we're overwhelmed. And there's like nobody there.
So again, he's
at all.
At another location on the weekend, and he's lying. It's closed. No, he's there while it's open. You're about to see that. Here he is.
They were on my side. They weren't on my side. They thought it was ridiculous.
We escalated and apparently, threatened our employees.
By the way, I like these guys. They're good guys. Those poor girls there making $15 an hour, I'm sure are good women. And I don't blame this poor woman. Her CEO should be in prison for taking our money and lying about lying. There are no lies.
And we had to ask for help. So we did call security and
God damn it.
help to
So she called the police on him or whatever.
He needed to leave.
Now I'm going to ask the officers how big the line is, so we can get them to verify there is no line.
I don't know. I just want to know why Urchin here doesn't want me to document. They're lying on the news about being overwhelmed with lines and testing all these people. They're taking state money, and they're not testing anyone. I don't want to, because everyone that comes to be tested, they send away. Am I breaking any laws? They're breaking some laws. They're taking our money. Look at that line, officer. See that line? They're sitting in there documenting that they're not testing anyone.
For whatever reason, if they wish to trespass, they can trespass.
Okay.
And then you have the right to spread the property.
Yeah, I know. Are you the CEO? Did I talk to you yesterday? So are these the overwhelming lines? You guys are lying?
Pause. Back it up for a second. We've got our guest. For radio listeners, so a lot of stations are carrying this right now. He's in Hawaii. He'll tell you all the details. He's there, I guess, the day of. They're saying there's no overwhelming lines. He's there. There's no one there. There's no one there. There's a couple cars in the parking lot. And the woman calls the police on him, and then she ends up attacking him when he's at a parking lot. It's a public space. So again, we're seeing this everywhere. We're seeing this everywhere. Let's continue.
So these are overwhelming lines. You guys are lying to Hawaii about. Are these the overwhelming lines? Do you see a line there? What's your name? I'm a journalist, and this is going to be a column that's going to be read nationally. About how you're lying, that there are massive lines that you're doing. You tried to fight my computer yesterday? You said that. You didn't test 25%. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I got nobody going in. Are you the CEO of Urgent Care? Well, you must be upset that you just assaulted me. She's the CEO of Urgent Care and she assaulted me. And it's on video. Thank you for proving my point that I caught you lying to the boy. She grabbed my hand and she tried to steal my phone. She just had a press conference talking about overwhelming lines on top of that. Thank you. Now I know who it is. I really know that. I mean, I got it. You know, I haven't recorded a single person going in there. I wouldn't do that. What I have recorded is a table with nobody there for hours and nobody coming up.
And what's your point? And the news.
My point is, why are you on the news saying you're overwhelmed with people coming to be tested? When? Yesterday. It's in Hawaii News Now. That's a lie. And the time is all taking place. Nobody, not one person. I want to know why they are on the news. And it's properly looking overwhelmed with people coming to that. What is the game? Now I want to start a Saturday.
That's the Jason Jones show. I'm going to be watching that. And again, I'm following your corner on this. Yeah, let's get him on. Well, I know that the movie that won the People's Choice Awards 2006. And I know these other films that won the NAACP Award 2010. I mean, we've got a lot of videos. I'm going to cover them all here over moviesmovement.com. But just for our background, what makes you think, hey, something's going on? What do you think should be going on? Because this is real grassroots investigative journalism. You're talking about the video. Infowars.com for radio full import of this. He definitely was acting pretty damn guilty. What in the hell's going on, Mr. Jones?
Well, Alex, it's a real honor to be on your show, and I have to say, I don't know what was going on. I just got back from the mainland. I live on Oahu, on the west side of Oahu in Kapolei, and I was in 9 cities in 14 days promoting an upcoming movie that's going to be in theaters in September. And on my trip, a friend called me and said, Jason, the day before I met with you, I spent an entire day with someone who just tested positive for COVID-19. And I have an elderly mother-in-law, and I have an elderly, and her brother who lives with, who are staying with us. So I thought it would be prudent. I had a sore throat and a cough, and so I thought it would be prudent to get tested. So I quarantined myself 24 hours until that facility opened. My wife actually called ahead. She called our doctor, who said, go to the drive-thru clinic. My wife called urgent care. They said to come on down. So I left first thing in the morning, and I like to read. I brought my reading glasses, you can see there, and I had a book on the first day, and I thought I was going to be in my car reading for hours. I got there, and there was nobody there. Actually, I have 7 children, and we're there a lot. We do a lot of sports, there's a lot of interest. I've never seen an urgent care so empty. And the reason it was empty was because if your son sprained his ankle playing tennis, do you want to go to a place that has hordes of people that think they have COVID-19? So they so there was nobody. I've never seen it that amazing. So I thought this is going to be great. I'm going to get this back. It's going to be done. I wrote, and I said, I have a sore throat. I'm in a tight city in 14 days, and I may have been exposed. And I was actually more concerned about
All the fucking smoke, I can't see shit.
And I didn't know it was going to go viral. A friend of mine said, let me snip it together and put it on YouTube. I put it on a channel I never even used, except for my movies. And next thing you know, it's going around the world. And then people are emailing me that this is happening all over the country. And I really, people are saying this is, they're trying to make money off of this crisis. And I think that's impossible. And those members of Congress that may have been trying to talk about this crisis
like you, I'm not sure, but it's my crew's saying it. We're getting calls saying they won't test me, and they're going, oh, we don't have the kits. No, they have the kits now. So I don't think this lady's trying to profit. How does she profit off not getting paid for the test? I think they've been told you just don't
Oh man,
do the
I think
test.
they may have taken that lab over.
Well, what's interesting is after my video came out, there seemed to be a move to kind of dox the event tourists who went to Virgin here to get tested. We moved to Colorado. As that was discovered, all the Virgin Care testing centers were shut down.
Exactly. Because they look at their response. The NIH, the CDC told Trump it's no problem. They're setting him up because either the China thing's a hoax or it's real. And now Trump's people are being told it's not a problem. And China's done great. So Trump goes, you've done great, GCP. Try to be nice. Then they start blaming Trump by like, oh, we're going to send him like a bad response. And it looks like they're trying to incubate it here, bringing in thousands right out of China. The NIH is dumping them off Texas and the country. The NIH knows what they're doing. And then now they don't want folks being tested. They send them away. It sounds like they want it to be as bad as they possibly can, or they know people really aren't positive and they want to make it look like it's worse, but it actually looks like it probably is bad because other people are testing positive at real clinics and real doctors' offices, and so they're wanting to incubate it as much as possible. Not the lady at the place. She's being told by whatever PR firm or group is coordinating this notice with the media that went out and covered her to do it, because it's not just this one place. As you said, you're getting contacted, I'm getting contacted with people saying the same stories. Can you speak to that?
Well, here's what I would say. Hawaii, if the story's going to break wide open, if she was being told this, and it's possible, but Hawaii will be, as strange as it might sound, your audience, Hawaii is a state.
Damn you, Vanyu.
We don't have a lot of partisan division. We're family. We're an island. We know each other. We love each other. Republicans, Democrats. I know Macy Brown. I know Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm a Republican who's, it's nationalist. We're a family, and we all know each other. We're all intermarried. We're a small community. So if there's any kind of shenanigans, I expect that the state of Hawaii is where it will erupt. In fact, you even see our lieutenant governor openly combating our governor. You have Lieutenant Governor Josh Green challenging our governor's response. You have Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who takes on the CIA, and she's not afraid of Governor Ige. She's challenging Governor Ige. So you look to Hawaii for a place for the truth to come out. Again, Alex, I'm not Alex Jones. I'm a filmmaker. I'm just a guy that runs a nonprofit that went to go get tested to be responsible. I made this video for my friends, my family, and my neighbors. But then it struck a nerve with people who were seeing this happen all across the country.
Well, by the way, it was the Senate Republican leader that exposed the whole CIA situation during the Ronald Reagan deal and all that. So you're right, a lot of independent stuff does come out of Hawaii. But just to go back to what you were saying, Tulsi Gabbard, she sent out this tweet for radio listeners. No TV viewers have already seen it. My friend is sick. He had contact with someone who tested positive for COVID-19. He's in urgent care Hawaii to get tested and was rejected, saying he doesn't meet the criteria. It's in the hour he's been there. There are other sick people getting turned away. Governor, Attorney General, Inspector General. So, and then here's the actual form you were given. And so this is just incredible. The boom operator, John, who ought to be a talk show host, he's smarter than I am, Herr Wolf over there, he was saying that, no, he's been saying this for like a month. They want to hype up that it's a high death rate, so that's why they won't do testing everywhere, and that's why they're sending people away, because they know it's not super deadly. They only want to count the deaths to send that.
Yeah, look at grass. Look at grass, honey. I can do it. Keep telling my dog I'm gonna kick her ass one of these days, but I never do.
That number up to create maximum panic, and that's what the deep state's been doing so far, is trying to hype the most panic they can. What do you think?
Well, you know, Alex, it's a privilege to be on your show because I know the president pays attention to your show. So let me tell you the three things I know. I know that there's a God. I know that we're made in his image and likeness and have an incomparable dignity, beauty, and worth. And I know that we're the only country founded on that vision of the human person that's in our Declaration of Independence. But Abraham Lincoln said that the Constitution is just a frame. The Declaration principle is the work of art. And so I would say to the President of the United States and to our political leaders, keep it constitutional. When you violate the Constitution, what is next is an abuse of the human person. So as a Christian man, my commitment is to my neighbor to make sure our vulnerable are protected. There is no better way to protect our vulnerable than to preserve the Constitution. With my work, I've had tea with Al-Qaeda in Sudan. I've been with the Peshmerga as they fought ISIS a mile away. And I've always known that what is different from my children and the children I see in these tragic places is our Constitution. So what I am most concerned about, and Alex, if you took the lead in just challenging us to keep the response constitutional, there is no excuse to violate the Constitution. There is no virus or no foreign enemy that is more dangerous than we as Americans choosing to set our Constitution aside for any reason.
Well, Mr. Jones, I know you have your own talk show. I just learned about it. I already know your movies. Anytime you want to host an hour of the show or anything, I'd love for you to come and talk about your principles, because I read, your declaration on your site of what you stand for, and I'm totally, absolutely with what you're saying. They're telling us we're ugly, we're bad. No, we're made in the image of God. We're amazing, and realizing that the connection to God is how we're going to pull ourselves up out of this to the next level. And this whole thing is just crazy. So if you'd like to try to get a message to Trump, I know that a lot of folks in the White House do watch. He sees clips occasionally. He calls, every once in a while. But the White House does pay attention. The president overall agrees with us. What is your message to Trump here, that what you think about what's unfolding?
If the president just came out and said that our response will be constitutional, that our response will put the dignity of the human person first. Look, we look at what's happening in China.
It'll be an American response. In America, we respond in an American way.
Response. That's right, an American response. And at the same time as we're preserving and protecting the vulnerable here, by protecting the Constitution, we look to China that is running a genocide that hasn't been seen since the Holocaust against the Uyghur. And my big concern is, as the whole world is fighting their own battle, whatever this battle is, and whoever it's against or whatever it's against, that China has been ramping up their brutal genocide with 3 million Uyghur in concentration camps. And so this is my concern for the vulnerable here at home. Here in Hawaii, we started something called the Kapuna Project, where families like mine that have stockpiled and prepared for tragedies like this, we're committing to tithe 10% of what we have to the community. My family is already doing errands and chores for the elderly and single mothers and others in the community that need help.
And so we can defeat whatever this is by just remembering there's a God, there's a law above the gods of men, there's a law above the YouTube censors, and that every human being has an inviolable dignity, that you can't go anywhere in the universe to find anything more precious than Nancy Pelosi. She's made in the image of God. And if we always remember that every human being is made in the image of God, and our response recognizes that, which our Constitution that we've been given protects, we're good. If I heard the president come out and say this, we're going to keep it constitutional, I think so many people would be comforted, because that's my great concern. And that would unite America, because that's our fear, that we're going to see our Constitution thrown in the trash.
Oh, this is the greatest assault ever. Well, Jason Jones, we've got the weekday show coming up this week. Please get with my producer, and I won't make the hold for 20 minutes this time. I won't be behind. Please come on with us a half hour or so, give us an update. And look, I was out at Zilker Park today, and probably shook 30, 40 hands. It wasn't as busy as usual. Most of the liberals had woken up. They said, oh, you're right. People are really waking up. But one lady came up and screamed at me and called me a bad person and all this. And I kind of argued with her, and after a while, we shook hands. Her husband said, you better watch out at first. I'm like, hey, she's in my face. And he kind of admitted he was right when I was yelling back at her. So I'm not judging you being mad at that lady, seeing a scam, sitting out there for hours, seeing them turn away 9 people over 3.5 hours. I would have been more pissed than you. But I bet if you go back to her and say, maybe she seemed pretty angry, but many called her and said, listen, I want to be friends, I'm sorry, or whatever, I understand things went wrong. Tell me your reason. Maybe you'll find out the PR firm that told her to do this, why they told her, because this is going on everywhere, or maybe others that are doing this here in Austin can call us or send it to corona@infowars.com, a new email we set up for tips and stuff. So we're getting a lot of tips coming in on digital microchips under the skin. MIT, Bill Gates, 2 days after we broke it, they came out and admitted it to prove, you've had the vaccine, wristbands that change colors and track you, martial law, forms you're going to have to travel. I mean, the bureaucracy is one that's doing this, trying to push Trump into it. And so we really need to do the investigative reporting that was spontaneous. You saw it, you saw the wrong, you did it. Nothing's more pure. And so, Jason Jones, thank you for the time. Movie2movement.com. Please come back on with us again soon.
It'd be an honor. Thank you, Alex.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Well, I just thank you for caring and your spiritedness and defending the Constitution and searching for the truth. You've been telling us there's been a war in our minds for over 2 decades. And, I think removing you from YouTube was a necessary condition to be able to do whatever's going on now. So just thank you for being a pioneer.
Thank you, sir. We're all in this together. God bless. Look forward to having you on again. There's so many good people out there like Jason Jones and just so many others out there. And I'm going to go to your calls now. Brad, Steve, Christian, and X. And then I'm going to be up here, the crew's going to be up here late tonight, taking this big live video, archiving it, chopping out the powerful interview with Robert Barnes, constitutional lawyer, unbelievably important. This interview, incredibly important. And we're going to get them up to band.video. And we're getting videos up there, getting 500,000, 1 million views. And we're paying for the bandwidth, thanks to your support. But this interview will get out absolutely pronto. And so it's extremely powerful. And again, people always say, well, what is it? I go, I don't know. It doesn't add up. People say, well, then who did 9/11? I don't know. I was listening to the radio, taking a break that day on 9/11, and they said, we're going to blow up Building 7. The government's blowing it up, and then they blew it up. And then later we got the archives of the footage on TV where they sent it on like 7 TV stations were blowing it up. I don't know what happened. They just blew it up.
Show me what you're made of.
The official story isn't true. And then this whole thing of the coronavirus has got holes in it. I'm not exactly sure what's going on yet. But I think John over here is right. They want to make sure that healthy people don't get recorded so that they can then only use people that show up at hospital have a higher death rate to accentuate this martial law that has them so happy. It doesn't mean you shouldn't get vitamin D and zinc. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have iodine. It doesn't mean you shouldn't get sunshine, drink clean water. It doesn't, but, I mean, these are irrevocable freedoms we're losing. Okay, you don't care about those? It will cause a depression within a month and a half. And I don't care about the money myself. I care about people falling apart and people losing their houses and the crime. And I mean, it's just going to be much. And I've told the story 100 times on one of your calls. I was going to my dad's uncle's funeral. And I was driving up the long. My dad had already left. Driving up to East Texas. And I pulled into Waco before you take the turn to go to our ranch, about an hour east of there. And where they're, the cemetery near there. And I went into Luby's, somewhere I've been going since I was like 3 years old. So my earliest memories of one of those cafeterias started in Texas called Luby's.
We can still win this.
And I walked in there, and the first time ever I sat in the line with all those old ladies at lunch, I watched them not even able to get a Luann platter, because they didn't have the money anymore. This is like during Obama when we were really in a big recession. It's like 10 years ago or so. And I was about to order a chicken fried steak, and I was about to get sweet potatoes and macaroni and cheese and a salad. I just couldn't eat. And I just left. It ruined my meal to see those old ladies for the first time in my life. Because I've sat there as a kid on Sundays when there was lines out the door, and I watched old ladies get the food they wanted my whole life. And I've been at other restaurants too, at other places, and I've been to the Luby's in Austin. Now it's downgraded and falling apart. It's not as good as it used to be. But the point is, I went to Luby's a few times before that. I can't go to it because the average person can't eat. Under Trump, though, I'm told people are buying food again. It's not perfect, but this sucks, and it's being done artificially. And it's such cowards on average that people love it. Half the people I know are so into this, and I'm not blaming them. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not mad at them because not everybody's a leader. And sometimes I lead people wrong, but my intentions are good. And if you can mitigate something, great. If you've got family that's old and you're going to wear a mask or you're going to stay home, that's great. There's probably silver linings. You're not in the schools being taught with the drag queen story times. I've got articles right here that are unbelievably sick in what they illustrate. And it reads like comedy when I found the article. It's like, people are not receiving life-saving transgender surgeries. And you read it, we're not able to chop 8-year-olds' testicles and penises off. Seriously. God, it's life-saving. That little 8-year-old boy needs his balls fed into a wood chipper or we're all dead. And the headlines on InfoWars, we got a screenshot of the newspaper. It's like, we're not able to mutilate children. And it's how they invert reality. Imagine if you read, there it is, as hospitals prepare for COVID-19, life-saving trans surgeries are delayed. And read the article. Vice promotes pedophilia, too. Let me hit that in a moment. But yeah, guys, I can't find the article. Reprint it for me. I really appreciate everybody holding here. I really appreciate you. Now, I do more and more of these commercial-free shows. In fact, I'm not going to make the crew or guilt them into this. But if folks want to stay another hour tomorrow night, I'll do an hour of commercial-free and take like 15 phone calls after the main show. Because these are the times to be on air. I mean, we may not be on air soon, folks. I mean, this is serious times, okay? Everything we told you is coming to a head right now. I'm supposed to be down here all the time. I can't even sleep. I'm operating on like 8 hours sleep this week. And I got plenty of, God's like, you need to get up off your ass, son. This is the big. I shaved my head 3-4 weeks ago. People said, what do you do for? I said, I did it to the people who need to know this is not normal times. Things are different, ladies and gentlemen. CPS worker uses coronavirus to falsely tell parents state is shutting down visits. Yeah, it's just, you want to live under tyranny and have your rights taken, let every nutcase. You look at all those control freaks in Democrat areas, New York, California, they look like they're having orgasms. Because they now know they're going to be able to do whatever they want, and you can't. Everyone's going to kiss their arbitrary butts. Life-saving. We need to chop little boys' testicles off and give little girls deadly hormones. Who's been holding the longest here? Brad in Pennsylvania. Thanks for holding her on the air worldwide.
Thanks for taking my call, Alex. Love you, man. I appreciate all you're doing and keep up the great work. This stuff just smells of Agenda 21. I mean, it's
Agenda 2030. They got Agenda 21 in. This is Agenda 2030.
yeah, they've kind of taken the global warming thing and flipped it around on us personally.
Oh, yeah, cut the carbon, cut the travel, have the cell phone track you, force inoculate you, everything they want.
Yep, this is a big, and you wonder, is this just a temporary thing, or are they just seeing what they can get away with, and are they going to put the full vice grips on us right now?
Oh, this is it. I mean, the public, you saw Newsom, he says, listen, they go, can't we have martial law? And he goes, listen, it's a nuance. We already got it. and then he just starts smiling. And you look at, I mean, this is it, brother. This is it.
And poor Trump, as you always point out, I think he means well. He just surrounded. He doesn't have a full grasp on the government, and so they've got him they keep backing him into corners, and he's just trying to fight his way out of it, but he doesn't know exactly what he's doing. It's just terrible.
Listen. Yes, sir. I don't say this because it's dangerous and people know it, but there's so few people that I'm not, again, saying this to act powerful. It's the truth. They know who listens to the White House too, but there's a lot of folks, they didn't get rid of all of them, but more have come in that listen to the show because they hear the guests, they already get what's going on, and we really know what we're talking about. The callers know what they're talking about. I mean, where do you get stuff like this? So, yes, the president does get our information. That's been in the news, and that's accurate in the news. And that's why they considered just taking me out. But then, you know, now, the thing is, you guys all know how it works too. It's not like I have this knowledge. It's knowing who the globalists are, how they operate. Like, there's plenty of people know how baseball works because it's got a lot of fans. Football. What about fans of reality? Well, we've got people thinking thinking outside the box now, so they can't put the genie back in, so they're going full on to, we'll just put